us years ago. It's just like, this sounds conspiratorial. And it's just like, what actually happened? And there's a couple like really important dates that happened that are historical that I think like set this structure really intentionally. The first was 1909, the Flexner Report. So literally John D. Rockefeller's personal lawyer wrote the report for Congress that basically set the standard that's the standard today for medical education. And it literally says in the binding guidelines that holistic health and nutrition and anything about interconnectedness of the body is pseudoscience. It says we need to name the condition and cut it out.
Experience.
I think a lot of people listening to us years ago, it's just like, this sounds conspiratorial. And it's just like, what actually happened? And there's a couple like really important dates that happened that are historical that I think like set this structure really intentionally. The first was 1909, the Flexner Report. So literally John D. Rockefeller's personal lawyer wrote the report for Congress that basically set the standard that's the standard today for medical education. And it literally says in the binding guidelines that holistic health and nutrition and anything about interconnectedness of the body is pseudoscience. It says we need to name the condition and cut it out or prescribe it.
And what year is this?
1909.
So they're still going by the recommendations of 1909.
We still follow the Flexner Report.
Some a policy. I mean, and we could get the policies, but like rescinding the Flexner Report and having updated scientific education and standard of care guidelines based on what we've learned since 1909 about the majesty of the interconnectedness of our body is a really good first start, because we're binded under a law, just demonstrably, just like, again, not conspiratorial. John D. Rockefeller's personal lawyer wrote this report. Why? Because John D. Rockefeller is the father of the pharmaceutical industry and created pharmaceuticals for byproducts of oil production, and was the first investor into Johns Hopkins and other major medical schools, University of Chicago.
He's making money on
started the modern education program for health. There were some big issues in the health. This was the Wild West, but he created Johns Hopkins and the standard of residency training as a way to silo diseases very intentionally and then prescribe his products and interventions as the top pharmaceutical maker. And the medical schools that he created were basically a distribution system to him. Okay, so you get to World War II.
You guys hear that?
Up until World War II, around that time, the 1950s, 1960s, I would argue almost any medical miracle you can think of or any listener can think of was created before that time. You know, it's all acute situations, emergency surgical procedures, sanitation procedures, antibiotics to make an infection not deadly. Almost every medical miracle we can think of was something that was going to kill you right away, infectious disease. And then you take the pill or take the treatment for a finite period of time and you stop it, or do the surgery quickly and you're cured. Those are medical miracles. And we had a lot of good things happen up until World War II. Very intentionally, the medical industry saw the birth control pill in the late 1950s, 1960s. And the birth control pill was the first pill in world history that people took for longer than a couple weeks. It was the first pill ever that is like, oh, interesting. You can actually convince someone to take a pill for years, for almost most of their life, recurring revenue. And there was a huge emphasis of the medical industry to take the trust engendered up until 1960. RFK talks about this. We didn't spend money on chronic disease management. All medicine was acute issues. Chronic disease, diabetes, obesity, that was outside the doctor's office. They saw that you could medicalize chronic conditions. Today, 90 to 95% of spending is on chronic conditions. So what do? In the 1970s, literally the Sackler family, their kids did the opioids. Their forebears created Valium. And 30% of women in the United States in the 1970s were on Valium. Time Magazine, Valium Nation, Mommy's Little Helper.
Yeah.
So we started creating all these psychiatric conditions. We started medicalizing heart disease. We started medicalizing all these type 2 diabetes. Started creating academic research totally funded by the pharmaceutical industry, saying that type 2 diabetes isn't reversible, that it's basically genetic, heart disease, all these things, and started pilling them. Then what happened to food? Chronic disease wasn't that big of a deal in the 1970s, 1980s. You look at the graph. You look at the graph of all chronic conditions. There's just a sharp turn in the 1980s. It's literally almost to the year of the Surgeon General report saying smoking wasn't great. So the second that report came out, Philip Morris and R.J. Reynolds were two of the largest companies in the world. It wasn't like Microsoft and Google on the top companies list. It was like cigarette companies. Dopamine is a really good thing to sell, which the tech companies do now. And they use their cash piles. And by 1990, the three largest M&A deals in American history, in world history, were cigarette companies buying food companies. So you had Nabisco bought by
companies
R.J.
buying
Reynolds, you had
food
Kraft and U.S.
companies.
Food by, and you see
What?
those graphs of all the food companies owned by like a couple companies. That was the cigarette companies. And they did two things very, very intentionally. They took over the institutions of trust to say ultra-processed food was healthy. And then they took their scientists and rigged the food itself to make it more addictive, not to kill kids, but to make it more addictive. So you had that little food pyramid, which said ultra-processed food is great, low fat, carbs, base of the pyramid. That was constructed literally by the cigarette industry to promote their addictive products. And this weaponization of food, as I call it, it's not just like this conspiracy. Literally the cigarette industry, those two companies, Philip Morris and R.J. Reynolds, were the two largest food producers in the United States. Like 50% of American food were created by cigarette companies in the 1990s. And they have gotten us addicted and weaponized this food, and all chronic conditions have just shot up. It's because that ultra-processed food, literally by tobacco industry scientists, hijacks our evolutionary biology. Again, you can't overeat grass-fed steak, but these food, with scientists much smarter than any of us, that's what they're doing. They're shutting off our satiety signals. The byproduct of this cheap addictive food, which we don't even have research for yet, is that it's sprayed with all these chemicals. It's sprayed with 10,000 chemicals that are allowed in the United States when only 400 are allowed in Europe. All these chemicals to make the food addictive, to make the food cheap, to do the monocropping. And that food is absolutely, and we don't need to wait for the research on this, these chemicals, these neurotoxins are destroying our cells, destroying our microbiome in ways we don't fully understand. So I just want to make clear to everyone, like this has happened like very intentionally.
Yeah, okay, enough of that. We know it's intentional. So how's everyone doing tonight? Do I even have anyone here? Let's wake you up. How's it going, Jeff, Gerald, Silverboy Blues, Darren? Yeah, I hope y'all saw that little first part of the report I did. It's about our food and how back in the 70s and 80s, cigarette companies that were putting 10,000 chemicals in our cigarettes got sued and had to stop doing that. So they bought all the food companies, and in the 90s controlled 50% of what we ate, and chronic diseases started shooting through the roof. And it all started from 1909 when Rockefeller's lawyer wrote the law basically on how to teach medicine in medical schools. Then he started medical schools. Osmium. Yeah, it's just amazing, man. They've had control of our lives for over 115 years, feeding us poisons, telling us what medicine is. And in 1909, medicine actually was nutritional medicine and preventative medicine until the law changed, stating that you had to treat it as a chronic issue. And to be a chronic issue, you had to identify what it was. That means you couldn't cure it. You could only treat it. And there's where the money started rolling in for all those rich people. That's the way to do it, Jeff. I do as much fresh as possible. I have got caught up in it too, because, life is, economics is, everything is what it is. And, I've known I remember my mom actually in the 70s, we didn't eat hamburger. First off, they didn't have hamburger back then. They didn't sell it in stores, or if they did, my mom didn't get it. What she'd do is she'd buy steak, and she had this meat grinder, and she'd grind up the steak into hamburger and then make hamburger out of the steak. And that's how we ate hamburger. Bison burgers are good. Basically, the moral of the story is watch what you eat, man. Not only that, and they slid this one under the radar. I bet none of you guys know this. during the COVID, I think it was 2022, they changed the labeling law. Congress did. It said it was temporary. They haven't repealed it yet. And what the law changed to was if a company was running short on ingredients and they had to change ingredients to keep their product going, they didn't have to change the labeling laws, and they could use cheaper products to make their product and sell to us at the same price. And it's still legal for them to do that to this day. Like I said, they haven't repealed that law. Something else y'all might want to be aware of. You have like food allergies or the chronic allergies that started because you've been eating poisoned food your whole life. Switch over to more fresher stuff. Farmers markets are good. So, what's up, Ben? Sorry, I had to put some milk in my tea. So, you guys want to keep talking about the food poisoning that we are getting by our country? Well, these major corporations that just so happen to be taking over monoculture and all of our farming crop and selling it to our enemies. Well, it's amazing how corporations can cause us to lose an economic war while killing us, using our money that we're giving them to kill us, to give to their enemies, to take us over and buy all our land. Wow. Man, that's a vicious cycle we're living, huh? It's time to break the chains, baby. Like I said, I've known about this for years. That's why I'm healthy as a hound dog. I don't know how healthy a hound dog is, but it sounded good. I do try, and actually I just harvested about maybe 100 avocados today and gave them all away. And I did a little yard report and showed how I've turned my orange tree around because it's around 2 plants at 8. Some of them you can get some veggies to root, some you can't, Jeff. I'm not sure of the list. I'll look it up. There you go, Silver Boy Blues. Get fresh. Don't go big corporation monoculture. That is what's killing everybody, causing you to get sick, making you take pills, taking your money where you can't invest it and save it. Wow. It's amazing how that vicious cycle goes. Only here in America and Australia and New Zealand. None of the other countries are doing it. It's amazing, isn't it? What's up, Tom? I think it's amazing. I think it's totally awesome. And it's about time that we all get out there and vote, no matter who it's for. Make sure it's an informed vote, and make sure it's a vote for your future and not for your feelings. Because you might not like the person you vote for, but if they've got the best of the two policies being offered and it's best for America, well, you know what's best for America is actually best for you in the long run. Might not be in the short run, but you'll have to make some adjustments, because if it's best for America in the long run, well, if America falls, where are you going to go to make money? Because there's no easier place to make it here than in America. You go to Russia, they tell you who's going to win and lose. You go to China, they tell you who's going to win and lose. You go to Iran, they just kill you because you're not Iranian and Islamic. You go down to Brazil, they tell you who's going to win, who's going to lose. The only place you can, and it's past 4 years, it's been like that. Trust me, I lost a company, and it sucked. But I felt the pain of the government telling you which companies are going to win, which companies are going to lose. It's not pretty, especially when you invest a lot of freaking money into something, and then it turns out to be nothing because your government decided that Neil Han Solo Ironworks was going to go out of business. I wasted about $7,000 getting that name, getting everything together, and now it's done. It's out of here. Why? Because the federal government, this administration, decided I wasn't worth it. That's what sucks ass. And ever since 2020, I've been doing nothing but going downhill financially. But I have kept up with my animals' health and my health as far as food goes. Yeah, I know, Jeff Nelson. I feel privileged that I'm one of the rich that has to pay that 65-cent gas tax that Newsom's putting on the rich, because I know as an iron worker, a poor iron worker that has to drive 25,000 freaking miles a year just to get to the job sites and back, I know it won't affect me at all, and I'm poor. Yeah, right. That guy needs to be Clintonized. In my personal opinion, I do not have harm feelings towards anyone, and I will never do anything to anyone. I am not that kind of person. This is recorded, so I have to say that. I'd go into business with Trump. You'd be rich, bro. You got to look at, once you start listening to Trump and not listening to what other people say about Trump, you'll find out where he's getting some of his followers from and where he's deriving his mentality from when it comes to politics. And it is from a very good place, a very, very good place. And he's going to turn out politically to be okay, definitely compared to what we have, and definitely compared to what they want to give us. But we'll be quite okay. But the great thing is he's the first businessman president. We've had like 95% of our presidents have been lawyers and 5% of them generals. And for the first time ever, we have a businessman. So change is good. It's better than having, someone that by looking at her, you can offend her and be thrown in jail for some sex crime or something under DEI, because, she's everything. And if you disagree with her, you're either sexist, racist, or homogenonic and bigoted, or whatever the hell else word she wants to come up with. I kind of like homogenized. Yeah. You're barking up the tree there, Jeff. I actually, ever since 2020, I haven't been driving that much because I haven't had that much work. And the more time goes on, the less I drive because the less work I have. So anyhow, anyone want to come up? I've got a pin to the top for the live stream. If anyone wants to come up, run your mouth, you're more than welcome to. I'm trying to get Chris Marcus and Yara. I'll probably have one of them, or actually I'll probably have both of them on in the month of November. And then of course get Ian back eventually, and maybe try for the Economic Ninja one more time. But man, that guy is, oh God, he's so busy. Any free time he has, I can see where he doesn't want to do anything with it because he doesn't have much of it. Although I did send him a picture, and I got to show you guys too, because I don't want people thinking I talk shit and don't back it up with reality. So let me see here, get to the saved picture. There it is. Now I can show it to y'all. Maybe if I'm talented enough. And let's see. First I need to get over StreamYard, get over settings, virtual background, none. It says up here, President and Vice President. Neil Hahn. Under President, Vice President. I wrote my name in. I don't lie. I've been voting for myself for quite some time. I find it funny that people don't believe what I say, but then again, that's cool because I guess most people don't believe people that don't lie. The majority, actually, there's a study went out that says the average American lies once every 15 minutes. Yes, Yara and Chris would be refreshing, and I'm trying to get them on. Chris actually just got back, or is getting back sometime right now from a 6-hour drive from somewhere, and he's probably going to be too tired. He said he might stop by, but he'd have to wait and see how he felt. So I've already made the determination that he's not going to show up tonight, because I know how it feels driving for hours upon hours and getting home. You don't want to talk. You want to grab a beer, smoke a joint, go to bed. Yeah, I'm delivering mine. That is in mailed ballot. Oh, there it is. Yeah, right here. And I take that mail ballot in and I deliver it in person. So that way I know it's there. And yeah, I'm gonna drop it in, and also I'm gonna, I'm gonna give some pro Trump stuff. I'm gonna say just to piss people off, because I do live in California, and there are a lot of liberals around here. So I do things I'll be like, hey, where do I drop off the ballot for Trump or something? Even though I know I voted for myself, I will still say that just to piss them off. Just like I went to Starbucks once, and the lady asked me my name, and I said Neil Trump. So she wrote down Trump. So that way, when she called out the name, she said, "Order for Trump." My last name's not Trump, but I did it because that's the kind of guy I am. It's going to be kind of hard to clean up California, because we already tried to recall the guy, and he broke 11 different people broke felony laws to keep him from getting recalled. So he's got a pretty good stranglehold over the system. So I don't know if they can actually. Also, well, I don't know if you noticed, but if you rewind and look at this program, you see that you might be able to see. I don't know. Everywhere down the ballot, I didn't care who it was for. If they were Republican, I voted for them. If they were Democrat and there was no Republican, I wrote myself in. We're in Santa Clara. Santa Rosa? That's a typical spot to work. There's a lot of work there. Yeah. That's it. Confuse the people, make them get. If you're that easily aggravated or angered just by someone's name, you're the type of idiot that I'll say that person's name just to piss you off, because you're that stupid that you'll allow such a stupid thing to affect you in such a physical way. It's almost senile. I mean, there's people try to kill me I've not gone off on, as I've seen people go off on this the last administration. It's weird. Oh, you're going to Oakland. Okay. Santa Clara, not Santa Rosa. My bad. Yeah, okay. Santa Clara's over there. That's up by Alameda in Oakland. Yeah. Right on, Daryl. Yeah. That's you're gonna see a lot of homeless encampments. You go to the wrong place in Oakland, brother. I would definitely suggest commuting with someone and go to a paid parking where they have insurance, where if you get broken into, the parking company covers it, or at least where they have security, because Oakland is a lot worse than San Francisco. I always thought it was John Jacob Jinglemeyer Smith. John Jacob Hinklemeyer. Okay. How much chaos do I think will happen? I think everyone will be very surprised that there will be no chaos. And I'll explain why I say that. Because for the past 4 years, actually the past 8 years, the Democrats have been losing funding. They've been losing their out-of-country funders have been dropping like flies. It started when the last administration came in. If you remember, the king of Saudi killed several of his kids because they were giving money to the wrong people. That was part of the Democratic funding. Since then, a lot more Democratic funding has gone belly up. If you notice, there hasn't been any Antifa or BML riots lately. You want to know why? They don't have the money to pay the people. They're putting all the money into politics right now. As soon as they lose, they're going to have a couple $1 billion locally here in America less than they have now. Like Trump said, there's several billionaires that hate him. They're not going to expend all of their wealth to beat him. They like using other people's money. That's how they got rich. All the outside funding, the outside outsourced country funding, you know, Ukraine and all these other places where they were getting money from, it's dried up. So they don't have the money to pay people to be agitators, to cause anything to happen. That's my opinion. Right on, Nickel. Doing it. Just advertise Nickel here. For everyone who loves that bouncing ball thing, he's doing something tonight live. Yeah, who cares what the loser says? You want to know why? They're losers. Everything they say is a loser's perspective. At least that's how it used to be. You don't hail the loser as being a winner and believe everything they say. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And that's why I think it's a silent depression. And I think it's already over with, or it's coming to an end very soon. Because another thing that he said, if the next administration is different than the one we have now, as far as Democrat to Republican, if it's Republican administration, he already said first day, executive order, build the wall and drill. So that means he's going to turn the lights back on. And so as quickly as my work dried up, and trust me, it dried up real fast. It took 6 months and I've had nothing since, pretty much. As fast as it dried up, it's going to turn on even that much faster. And I expect it to be flooded with work by the beginning of next year, as far as ironwork goes. Oh, right on, Jeff. That's actually prosperous business. You get paid by the state government to do that, and regulatory agencies. We had a cleanup here in Vallejo. PG&E did it. It took like 2 years. Right on the waterfront there. They really had to, they put up a big freaking 50-yard long, several 50-yard long, 25-yard high, 30-yard wide, like tent type structures as they were excavating the land, pulling the dirt out and replacing it because of all the toxins that were in it. From there used to be a PG&E plant there many decades ago. Well, that's the thing. It will go good. It's all, everything's going as planned. Let me say that. Everything's going as planned. You guys will see it better in a year. You'd look back, you'd be like, son of a bitch. You was right. There's a V-shaped recovery. Everything was planned. But it's hard to see. Hey, what's up, AJ? AG? See. Now, this is possible, Gerald. It is very possible. If we're all not kind, helpful, and grateful to each other. At least those people deserving of us be kind, helpful, and grateful to. There are a lot of people out there that are jerks. It says in the Bible at the end times, there's going to be a lot of soulless individuals. Don't waste your time on them. But there's also going to be a lot of people that are hurting that are good people. And back in 1929, 75% of America was working. 25% was not working. Those are the ones you see all these stories about and hear all these stories about and see the pictures of them in hard times was the 25% that wasn't working or not making money. So if this time's twice as bad and 50% of Americans get without work, and those of us that are good people are kind, helpful, and grateful, we can help out those people that aren't the soulless ones and make this supposed crash a lot less bad than it needs to be. These are the choices that we as individuals can make to help out our country. And we have the luxury of being able to make those choices now to get the extra couple cans of food or extra whatever, or plant some extra whatever, and prepare to be kind, helpful, and grateful. Not just prepare to prepare, but prepare to be kind, helpful, and grateful and help others out. Prepare for that and see if that doesn't change your whole life. It's like I said, man, I just went, what's up, art collector? I just went to my neighbor's yard today, man. They asked me to help them. So I got up on the roof of my garage with their little stick and we pulled down, a couple hundred, maybe 100 avocados just to give away to people. Right on, Art. I'm glad you stopped by. You have yourself a good evening. No, I don't see Space Miner. Right on. It'll be a good movie. Venom's a good storyline. A lot of graphic effects and good fight scenes, I imagine. Huh. We got to be kind, helpful, grateful, be nice. Keep personal opinions about things peaceful. So, anyone want to come up on stage or any other subjects you'd like to talk about? Just let me know. Throughout the week, I don't write down topics, but there's lots of topics to come by to be talked about that just fucking blow by. I have great shit to talk about them too, but there's so many of them happen, I don't even bother writing them down to talk about them. And then when it comes time Sunday, I forget them all because I didn't write them down. So I rely on y'all for topics of discussion. How about micronuclear reactors? And talk about a lot of stuff coming out about nuclear. As if I didn't know that was going to happen. I'm seeing a lot more reports, 1-2 month old reports on nuclear, small modular reactors, micro reactors, nano reactors. Now we're talking, I want to hear more about the nano reactors. Nano reactors are home size. And that's what I want to start hearing about. I want to hear them making. Yeah. It's a power source, clean energy, man. We need to go smaller with the technology. You'll find out the physics of nuclear technology, the smaller you go, the more redundant built-in safety devices are there to where it becomes even less possible for a disaster or overheating event, especially when you get down to the micro size ones. Their containment device they have it in, it's so simplistically miraculous. It's a self-cooling system that's guaranteed that as long as there's water on the outside containment of the device, it'll never overheat. It'll like eternally cool itself. It's awesome technology. You guys ought to study up on it. The safety on it is, I don't even see why we tried to go big with nuclear. The bigger you go with nuclear, the more unsafe it becomes. The smaller you go with it, the safer it becomes. No, actually, Tom, what they do is they encompass the whole microreactor in another shell, half filled with water. So that way, if it ever does go, lose power and it starts to melt down, the water will be at the bottom half, where on the outside of the micro nuclear reactor that'll heat up first, and the heat will transfer to the water. The water will steam up into vapors, hit the top of the containment device, re-solidify in droplets of water and cool down, and then re-hit the water, reheat, recollect heat, and it's a heat disbursement technique that's the most effective as long as you have water. And since it's a contained unit, it'll always have water because there's nowhere for the water to escape. So the water can only heat up to steam, go to the top, cool down, back to water vapor, and droplets go back down and then get reheated up. And it doing that over time, cool until the reactor cools down. Then it's there's no possibility. The only sabotage, if someone intentionally sabotaged it, it could overheat. Yes, but that now you're talking a total different. That's not safety. That's sabotage. They both start with S, but they're two different meanings. A person would have to intentionally do something to interrupt that safety feature, because it's a guarantee, 100% guarantee. Yeah, I believe it's called heat sink. Yes, I'm not too familiar with all the terminology in nuclear. I have seen a lot of programs on it, but the terminology I'm not that familiar with. What I have come to a definite conclusion on is that the larger you go with nuclear, the stupider it is to attempt it. The smaller you go, the smarter it is, because it's easier and safer. And I guess they were only waiting for the technology of us to make our own diamonds, to where you can have a hard shell around a real small micro nuclear reactor, like about a 1/4 inch micro nuclear reactor, encase it in a man-made carbon diamond shell. Then you're protected from a small amount of nuclear radiation, but there's still enough energy there to power a house for 20 or 30 years. No electrical lines, no power service, no nothing. Oh, you're just south of Thunder Bay in Canada. That's where the largest platinum veins discovery is at. They'll be mining it in a couple months. Get yourself some. This is not financial advice. This is good sound advice. Clean Air Metals owns the mining rights to Thunder Bay's platinum vein discovery, and they've already stated they're going to start mining operations. Right now, their stock is 6 cents. Impala Mines, on the other side of the world in South Africa, is the second largest platinum provider to the world right now, and they're shrinking. Their stock was $50. It's now $4 because they're shrinking. So power hates a vacuum. I knew this was coming. I didn't know where, but I figured it'd be in the West Coast somewhere, in the Western world. So the vein was discovered in Canada that's going to make up that power vacuum of the depletion of resources of the mines that Impala had purchased outside of South America, in Tanzania and in Botswana, that are running out of platinum, and they're going to be running out of platinum within 10 to 15 years. Like I said, their stock went from 50 down to 4. Right now, Clean Air Metals stock is at 6 cents. I can only imagine within 5 years, it'll probably be about $40 or $50. This is not sound advice. This is not cryptocurrency making a millionaire in 2 minutes advice. This is throw yourself some money at this, $100 at that. No, whatever you feel comfortable with. This is not financial advice. Whatever you feel comfortable with, I suggest just throw it in there and laugh at me. So that way I can laugh at you in 5 years when you're a multimillionaire because of that investment. Because last I checked, 6 cents going up to $50. Well, holy schmoly, that's a lot of money. And $1 would be 16 shares. So 16 times 50 is a $1 investment today. How do I know it's going to go up? Because Impala mines started off the same way. There's a history. History does repeat itself. If you research history, go back to when they first discovered platinum in South Africa and see the price of the platinum mines and watch how they go up. And then because they've been going around for so long and they're running out of the mineral they're mining, you can also watch how their stock goes down. So you have a complete history of a guideline, a pathway to look at for how to invest in the newest platinum discovery and the newest platinum mine, Clean Earth Metals. It's going to follow the same pathway. It's going to go up to 50, and in about 40 years, it's going to drop back down to 4. You can make millions of dollars between now and then on it, especially since it's only 6 cents. But that's not financial advice. That's just historical advice, because history does repeat. And actually it'll probably go higher than 50 because several reasons. Inflation, the cost of platinum is going to go through the roof. I know no one believes it, but it will. Because just around the corners, technologies that are going to be released that are going to require so much damn platinum to keep them going. And every one of you is going to want that technology. So you know what that's going to do to the price of platinum? It's going to break the price. It's going to break the manipulators back. And the price is going to shoot the heck up faster than silver. So if you don't have it, you'll be saying, damn, I shoulda, woulda, coulda, but you didn't. One thing you do have for your advantage is I'm always early when I say shit. You probably have a couple months before it goes up too much. You still be able to make money. It's like buying BTC at 18 cents or $60,000. You know, you still have it. You still make money, but you made a lot more if you got it at 18 cents. And how long did it take BTC to go from 18 cents to $60,000? 15 years. Within 15 years, Clean Earth Metals will go from 6 cents to $50. JM, I sick to fuck a couple of my attack cats. A friend of mine came from Mars, picked up a couple of my cats, dropped them off up there where he's at. And I told him my cats to chase the dogs out of the yard so JM would stay running around so he can get a little cardio going. And my cats haven't come back yet, so they must still be chasing the dogs around. Oh, hold on. No, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, they're all here. They must have come back. Oh, wait. I've got an extra one. I got an extra 2 of them at the window. I cracked the window about an inch so my outside kitties can talk to the inside kitties. And it looks like there's 2 outside kitties at the window looking in. That's how I make them want to become inside kitties. I've already had one of the new kittens. It was a litter of 5. I call him Grayman. He's already ran inside twice, and he was born outside a feral stray, as they say. But because of my natural ability to deal or understand or work with or whatever you want to call it with animals, I can, that's how I became a tiger trainer. Shit, animals just love most animals. If they're not, there have been some animals that didn't like me, but they had mental issues. One of them had rabies, which obviously didn't like anybody. So my feelings weren't too hurt. But there's this one yapper next door, little freaking chihuahua. For some reason she doesn't like me. And I don't care because I really don't like chihuahuas. Why? Because they yap all the time. So she probably is getting that vibe from me if I don't like her voice. So she always barks so I can hear her voice. Imagine that. All right, enough rambling about dogs. We'll talk about cats. I know you like chihuahuas. I freaking hate them little yappers. Although I tell you what, Nickel, you'll hate what they do to them down in Mexico. Not every house by any means. Not every house, but a lot of people will take chihuahuas because they have flat roofs down there, and they'll stick them on the roof of their house for security. So they'll bark at things coming up. So they'll have full access to the house and still be kind of safe, be like an alarm clock for anyone coming up. The only thing is when the storms come up, little dogs get scared and they run off the roof, end up breaking their legs and have to be put down. That actually is a problem down in Mexico. How do you know, Neil? Well, because Neil has been an animal activist for about 40 years, and for about 10 of those years, I used to actively go after individuals in different countries through their governments to have them arrested for things that they did when it came to breaking international laws or local laws that the government didn't know about, even though I wasn't a citizen. And I kind of specialized at doing that. And then in the last 2 or 3 years that I did it, I did it here in the States to get different people thrown in jail that posted crazy shit online and stuff they did to animals that I obviously knew was illegal. And I had a couple friends back in New York that were lawyers, animal rights activists and lawyers, and they take their spare time and do the legal work necessary to bring about the results I asked them to bring about. So, but it wears on your soul because evil people are made daily and it sucks. Last I heard up in New York, the coolest thing to do for the guys down there was to take 2 pit bulls, piss them off, throw them into a trunk of a car until you quit hearing fighting, because that means one of them killed the other, and they'd bet on it. And that's, I just drew the line right there, and I said, I'm out of this. I can't. My soul is stored up too much, and I stepped away. What's up, Nickel?
Nothing much. Yeah, your Colonel Taco Bell is. I love those commercials.
Oh, they were great commercials.
No, Chihuahuas, they're like a whole different animal.
Yes, they are. And
But
actually,
they
as a
break
kid,
like-
I had 2 as a kid, and they were great. I just didn't like them because I was always like, when I was a kid, I wanted a wolf. Okay, not a Chihuahua. I was happy when we got my parents got me a Basenji. Well, not me, but they got a Basenji, and it shows me as its owner, and that was cool. But then my parents got rid of it. And then we had this white shepherd called Nemo. And I loved that son of a bitch. But then my parents got rid of it. And then they got 2 Chihuahuas. And I was like, what the frell? You go from a beautiful white German shepherd to 2 little yuppie dogs that my friend's dog down the road can step on and they'll be dead? Seriously?
They let you know if anybody's coming for a mile.
Yep. It's about all they're good for.
And they don't let you forget it.
Like I said, that's about all they're good for.
No, they're great little buddies. They are very. They have more personality than any other dog. So they have their own thing.
It's all opinion based. I think the Ridgeback is, and actually it's been proven, is a very, very social animal. Actually, no offense to any ladies out there, but my last Ridgeback I had felt like I was freaking married, man. She was an emotional dog, and she's very expressionate. Her eyes would tell you what her feelings were at the time. She actually was like a big Chihuahua, actually, now I think about it. And she didn't like loud noises either, didn't like fireworks.
And they're fun to
I like
tease.
that kind of dog. I like more self-sufficient, confident, sure of themselves kind of animal.
And I used to love to tease Chico, make him mad. I loved it. He was a critter. He'd get mad at me and turn his back to me.
Is JM here?
Yeah.
Oh, what up, JM? I didn't even see him come in. Yeah, they tend to want to barter with one person. That's the problem with the Chihuahua next door. The person that owned them lived in San Francisco and died, and the 2 guys next door inherited the dog. And apparently, whoever the original owner was had someone in their life who had long blonde hair who treated that dog bad, and that's why it barks at me. It just looks at me, it starts barking, and it won't stop. The owners don't even, because the owners love me. I help them out all the time. And there are 2 other dogs in their yard love me to death. As a matter of fact, the male dog of the 2 other dogs are little pugs, cute little fuckers. The male pug attacks the female Chihuahua that always barks at me to get it to shut up. It kind of protects me, and I'm not even in the fence. I just reaching over the fence talking to the owners. And the dog goes out of his way to shut the Chihuahua up because it just doesn't like me. And I've never done. Closest I've been to that Chihuahua is like 5 foot. But yeah, someone else, and of course the guys who own it are not doing the right thing and socializing it and getting it over. But they don't know the psychology of the animals. They're actually encouraging it by pulling it away and telling it no and not giving it a chance to confront me, and with their security holding them and let me pet it. And, they're not going that route. And I don't care to educate people on how to take care of it. It's their dog. They do what they want. They're not, they feed it, they take care of it. They're not killing it. So I'm not going to tell them how to take care of it. Not only that, it takes years of people to get to know you before they realize that you know more about animals than they do to even listen to you. So why bother talking to people about it if they don't really know that you know more than they do? You can just sit there and watch them fuck up.
I guess if I get another dog, it'll be a female Chihuahua.
I don't know what kind of dog I'll ever get.
Rat Terrier. I like Rat Terriers too.
My whole life, I've only rescued. I never gave myself the privilege of getting a dog that I wanted, because I always took dogs that were in need. And whatever breed they were, they just ended up being mine. So never had the choice. I've had a lot of animals because of that. What's up, Gold and Silver? But yeah, never had to. I guess I'd probably go for like a shepherd type. My problem with shepherds is the hip displacement as they get older. That's obviously an issue.
Border Collies. I like those. Those are, man, they're smart. They are smart dogs. Great companions.
Have a safe trip, Jeff. I would say I'd go down to Oakland and say hi to you, but I don't like Oakland, so I'm not going down there.
Well, I had my trivia movie. Kenji comes back in the last 2 questions to win it.
Right on. Did he pay you any BTC for that?
But now that I pay him,
No, did he pay you to win?
no. Now he wanted a prize. I told him, well, if he was gonna get a prize, it'd be silver. You don't want that. He hates silver.
Then you should send him some silver. Yeah. But the Basenji, as I remember that dog, it picked an owner too, just like Chihuahuas, but it was a bigger dog. And it's a African dog, actually. It was very, very loyal. It could climb ladders. It could climb trees. It could do all kinds of cool shit. And very, very loyal. But the universe saw fit for me to have cats, because when my cat died, I had that one beautiful, oh God, she was huge, very intelligent, crafty. When she would go outside, she would lead all the other cats in any hunt. I've seen her coordinating with other cats, going for squirrels all the time. And when she died, it just broke my heart. And then all these outside cats started giving me their kittens. So now I got 9 of them.
No. Beagles, I would not have a beagle. They yap more than Chihuahuas. They will just keep going, and you can't get them to shut up.
Yeah.
And they're louder. They're louder than a Chihuahua. And I don't hunt, so.
Yeah. I remember a guy on the corner lot, a couple of blocks from where I lived, had some Irish wolfhounds. Those are some beautiful dogs. Big too. Real big. They were huge dogs, actually, now I think about it. Had big mouths, large teeth, lots of hair. I don't know what kind of dog I'd go for.
German Shepherds are good, but man, I don't want to feed them. I'm too cheap. And they eat a lot.
Yeah, so does a set of humans.
Some, and then some can eat like 50 cakes, 40 donuts, and 3 pies, and they actually lose weight.
Yeah, they get leaner and stronger out of it.
Yeah, not mention anybody's name.
No, I know. I'm not asking you to. I haven't had any chocolate cake in a while either. Might be time to get a fetish going for chocolate cake.
I got some blueberry pie here. Yum.
Nah, I don't like cooked fruit. What I used to do, this is the only thing I liked my brother about. When my mom made apple dumplings, he didn't like the dumpling, but he liked the apple. And I didn't like the apple, but I loved the dumpling. So he would always give me his dumpling, and I'd always give him the apple. And I was content with the apple dumpling that way, as long as I didn't have to eat the apple.
Jack Russells are very good dogs. Very smart. Very good. It's another great dog.
I'd like to train a crow or two, or a raven, excuse me. Or was it crow? I think crow's the smartest bird out there. Or is it raven? I'll have to go back and check the study.
Yeah, they can talk.
Yeah, if you get one around, you can if they befriend you and they hang around, you can teach them little tricks. And if you ever missing anything that's shiny, just go up to their nest and get it back. Because they love stealing shiny shit. One reason why I like them. Yes, they are, JM. Very high energy. That's, yeah. Like I said, I don't know what kind of dog I'll be getting when I get one. We'll find out.
I do Silver Boy Blues. I've showed it. Wait a minute. Let me go get it. I'll show it real quick.
Coin Ring by JT Coin Ring? No. Do you have any osmium nose rings?
And I got a Mexican coin.
Has a different type of coin ring than what JT Coin Rings does.
Yeah, he does the whole coin.
Yeah. Yours was imprinted on the top of it. So it's not actually a coin ring. It's a ring that's got a coin in it.
Yeah. And then I get same thing. I got one that's a Mexican. And then I've got one that's I think it's an Indian head. Penny.
Dun dun dun! You racist bastard! You collect Indian heads? That's worse than scalps. Sorry, did I take that out of context? My bad. Yeah, well, I will take your little coin ring and I will raise you.
I love the eagle on here.
A nose ring.
The eagle is like the peace dollar eagle.
See that color flashing out? And that's an inside light. Virginia. I actually got a color, a splash of green color. When I gave the guy, musician, I gave him the nose ring so he can go up on stage and shit and wear it, and kind of little promotional shit locally where he does his gigs. And I actually got the color green. As I saw the color green shoot off of it, I was like, holy hell.
I would get, if I was going to get a ring from JT, I would pick either a Morgan or a Peace Dollar. And of course, he charges 3 for 1 though. So you would have to send 3 Morgan or Peace Dollars, and he would make one of those out of a ring. So that's how he does it, I think. So, but that's what I would want. I mean, you got to have something of substance, and he said you'd have to have a silver dollar.
Why doesn't JM come up here? People like it when JM's up here.
Yep. Thanks for the promo there, JM. So, but yeah, I like coin rings, and I'll tell you, coin rings, they're a pretty good investment, especially if they're gold, because man, they are in demand. I remember when one would come in the flea market, it didn't last long. $5 Indian head, $2.50 Indian head, gone. I mean, you know, they love them. Guys love those. Get a gold nugget.
Do your ring again, Nickel.
Huh?
Silverblade Blue did not see your coin ring because you were shaking like you had Alzheimer's. Quit shaking. It's not in the picture. Up. Okay, now quit shaking.
I can't help from shaking.
Did you take your medication today?
And there's the
Sorry,
inside.
you fell into that one.
There's the coin from the inside, if you can see it. It's got the back on it. Yep.
There you go. I
I'd
better
like to have-
Silverboy Blue.
I have one that's the silver version. You know, it's like a 1/4, no, 1/10, a 1/10 silver version. It's not 0.999 silver, and I'd like to have it put in a ring, and I have a gold version and I have a silver version.
See, Gerald sent me a picture of a piece of cake, chocolate cake, and I wanted to respond. There's not enough. One piece will not cut it. I need to have at least half a chocolate cake, or it's not worth eating. It's like one piece of cheesecake. It's a temptation. I buy the whole cheesecake. So that way, once I start eating, if I want more than one piece, I just keep eating. But if you only have one piece, man, then you find yourself wanting, and that is a terrible feeling.
But what I really got to do, I got to get the platinum ring and put my Savoy garnet in there. Got to get that done before platinum goes way up, because it's going to go way up, and I got to get it before then. I need to really start looking into that.
What's that? Oh, whoa, hold on here. Z got a solid gold behemoth ring I got to pick up in DC. You talking about the president of China, Z?
Here's my question. Should I get 900 platinum or should I get 950 platinum? I'm leaning towards 950 because it's so freaking cheap right now.
950.
Yeah, that's my opportunity. I mean, this is the opportunity to do what I want to do. So I got to get that done. I might try to find the ring myself, then buy it separate, and then bring it in and have him put the stone in it for me. It'd be cheaper that way. Then all I got to do is pay for labor. If I get the ring through him, my Lord, just don't tell him what he'll charge.
JM, you can come up here. I'm smoking pot too. No one cares. Joy Calhoun, how's it going? Any friend of Daryl's is a friend of all of ours. He'd be one of my moderators. I've seen you around anyhow, Joy. A couple other places. Very familiar name. Thank you for showing up. We're just talking about BS, anything that you want to talk about. Except for basketball, because someone's going to do their own show on that later on tonight.
Oh, it's big it's big news. Big news, man.
Save it for your show. Save it for your show. I encourage you to save it for your show. There you go. I love it. I'm being kind, helpful, and grateful, and I'm happy because of it. It works out beautifully. I even encourage people to go there so they can hear it. Just don't tell me about it here. I'm not too big of a sports fan.
Or movies.
Or movies.
Or music.
Or music. I am a big animal fan.
I can't do a trivia on animals. So sorry.
I probably couldn't either because there's so many out there, man. You could stump me quicker than heckfire.
Have to Google everything.
Eggs, yeah, indeed. I mean, I think they've just said there's a possibility of new discovery of species discovered at the 6,000 meters underneath the Pacific Ocean. They're anticipating at least 10,000 new species to be discovered when they found those rocks that create oxygen. They said, holy cow, there's a whole ecosystem down here. That's why they're not mining it. They're like, every one of these rocks has a new species on it that we've never seen before in the history of man. We didn't even know it could exist down here. So no mining. We need to figure it. We need to find, could be a cure of cancer. One of these guys could have a cure of cancer in him. Well, and kill him just for a piece of rock. Same principle being used in the bottom of the oceans, being used in the rainforest. You must preserve a majority of it because we don't even know what's there yet.
No telling.
But they have allowed small amounts, I think 2 contracts to mine or vacuum up part of those rocks for the minerals usage. I think it was a Norwegian company.
Yeah. Yeah. So Joy, let's ask her some questions. She's new. Is she into metals? And if she is, what's her favorite metal? And all that stuff.
Oh yeah, there you go. There's some good questions. If
She
you'd
doesn't
like to answer.
sports. She doesn't like sports. How about music and movies? And I say movies, not this new crap they're putting out today. Those ain't movies.
Yeah, I don't go to movies either.
Yeah.
I do have a DVD collection right beside me, about 5 foot away, of about 300 to 400 movies. I haven't been to a movie theater in over a decade.
It's probably $50 now to go to a movie. It's ridiculous.
Holy cow, you're kidding me.
It's up there. It's up there, man. I can remember you could go for $1.
Yeah, I haven't not been to a movie theater in a long time either.
Yeah.
Probably 20 years.
I would bet it could cost you between 15 and 20 now. It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, and if you're gonna get some buttered popcorn and all that jazz, like
Oh yeah, I'll bring $100 bill. Gerald, if you watched the beginning of the show, I showed part of a Joe Rogan show where a gentleman did a study and he found the answers that in 1909, Rockefeller's personal lawyer wrote a letter to Congress that started the premise of our medical system and how to teach medical students and on what premise. And if you learn about that, you'll understand more about why we are sick right now and why our doctors really aren't doctors. And also you will learn that in the 70s and 80s, when the Philip Morrison and the other big tobacco companies went under, they bought the food companies, and they owned 50% of the food companies in the 80s and 90s. And that's why nowadays we have all the chemicals in only American food over any other food. Like, for example, McDonald's in England has 3 ingredients in their fries: potato, oil, and salt. In America, you go to the same McDonald's, get the same fries, there's 17 chemicals, not just 3 ingredients, but 17 ingredients. So yeah, as soon as you learn about food production and business of food, you will hate eating at places like that, because you realize, wow, I am eating poison.
I think I might know Joy. I bet she goes. I think I've seen her before. She goes to Eric Stuckelbeck's lives. I think I've seen her in there. Is that not right, Joy? I think I've seen her in there. I believe I have. What about Israel and what's going on in the Middle East? I usually watch Stuckelbeck. He's also on TBN. He's a pretty good guy. Has over 1 million subs now.
Right on. Yeah, I agree with your statement there, Joy, as far as the armor of God. But there's a spiritual armor and a physical armor. And if you go into a spiritual / physical war with only one of the armors, you might be a little slacking. I personally follow the same feeling. I have the armor of God, but I'm also collecting metals to protect myself here in this physical dimension that we're in right now, so that way I can do more good here on this dimension when other people don't have things. And that's why one of my statements is be kind, helpful, and grateful.
Are the two Calhouns related?
No clue.
I think so. I would
Bet they
definitely.
are.
I would definitely bet so. Bet that way.
It'd be none of my business.
Yeah, Eric's a pretty cool guy. And he actually puts himself in harm's way sometimes. He knows where all the bomb shelters are in Israel. Oh, we got a married couple in here.
Oh, right on. Well, now I guess it is my business because he told me about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people don't tell me about stuff. I don't speculate. I've always been under the premise of small minds talk about people, great minds discuss ideas. So whatever people do, I don't like if something happens on someone else's show or channel, and then I come here and start this. I don't talk about that because it's irrelevant. That's not what this is about. So I try and that's my perspective on things.
Well, it's a good way to stay focused on the big picture. That's for sure.
Yeah,
Right.
because there's and a better way not to get distracted, because there's so many people that can throw things in distractions if you don't have that type mindset. Because someone's always doing something that you can talk about, and if you're always talking about someone else, you're not doing anything or expanding your own perspective.
Time's valuable.
Yep.
Very. It seems to be an appreciating asset.
As you get older, it damn sure is. Like, my time's gonna be a lot more valuable to me, especially after I start making this jewelry. I'll be like, yeah, you don't pay for that. I got too much time into it.
Yeah, I'd love to share one of those new osmium videos that you sent.
Do it. He still hasn't sent me the reduction video set that you asked for.
Okay. Yeah, that's the main thing I tried. I spent 3 or 4 hours trying different ways to extrapolate it.
Yeah. Well, I did tell you his wife is a professional producer, director for movies and commercials, and he is and for music videos, because he is actually a musician. She does some of his music videos, so it's all high quality shit.
I'd say.
They don't play around.
Well, my computer just about went up in a frickin'
Too
puff of smoke.
much info. Too much info.
Seriously. And I'm on fiber optic internet here. I got screaming fast internet. It still took like half an hour to download them.
Wow. Yeah, it took a while for me to download it too.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Are you able to play it without it buffering and glitching out?
That's a good question. Keep them occupied. I'm going to go ahead and get into my emails and see.
Good luck. For anyone that doesn't know, we're talking about Neil did some more video work on some of his osmium, and we wanted to put it together and do a little bit of editing and make it a little more snazzy. But the files are freaking massive on it. I'll show you. Freaking 12 megabytes for just the one of them.
Present, share screen, share screen. And there we go. You guys seen that?
Yep.
Can't get it bigger on that screen, bro. So it's
See, if you look in the bottom right-hand corner of that screen, you'll see.
Oh, okay, yeah. There
You'll see it says, but you'll see it says 480p. Now it says 720, and now it's buffering.
Yeah, I got it covered.
So that's it. When you click on that, you'll see the higher quality.
Oh yeah, no, it starts buffering once it gets up there.
Okay,
Yeah, I can't download
it's
it.
not just on my end then.
No, I tried doing it at 1080. It took about a half hour.
Yeah.
And no, this does not give good color either.
But I was able to put it on my computer and play it in the video editor. I played it at like 1/4 the speed. So I played it at a slower speed so that it wasn't overworking the computer so much. And man, there's some gorgeous video in there.
Right on. Well,
Ring value's way up there.
yeah. Once we get it settled, we'll throw out another one, and it'll be close to this one. Sorry about that. That was a little commercial interruption.
That was good timing.
Yeah, that's what I figured. During a little 30-second break right there. What we got here? We got the minute and 30-second version. Oh yeah, colored version.
Osmium is a platinum group, precious metal. It is significantly more rare than diamonds or gold. While it is toxic in its natural state, it is completely harmless in this crystalline form. The crystal structures are unique on every piece, which is the key to a very impressive security feature. It is very strong, hard, and reflective, similar to, or greater than diamonds. The price performance of osmium has been strong and steady, making it a suitable store of value. We see it becoming popular with stackers, and those who like knockout bling on their jewelry.
Yeah.
Due to osmium's high value density, it is relatively easy to store and easy to move or transport. It will never tone or tarnish. Think generational wealth.
Very cool.
I like that one because it shows that color differential. Ooh,
Yep.
what's that, Nickel? Yeah, your presidential
History.
service. Hold on, is that Boy Scouts of America? What?
It's history. This is history of silver.
All we're getting is a reflection on the glass. There we go. There you go. Hold on. That's American history, or is it true history?
The silver story. I got a 1935 silver note, $1, and then I got a Morgan. I've got silver nuggets. I guess more like dust. And then I think a war nickel in it. I think it's a war and a dime.
That's right on. I like those silver certificates too. I think novelty value is really high on them. It's great for showing people the transition from the silver certificates to Federal Reserve notes. They look so similar, but there's just a little bit of text missing.
Oh, I blame Nickel for that.
Well, I think that 79 would cheer you on with that.
I haven't seen her in a while. She was in one of my lives,
She was here earlier.
and but that's pretty cool. Except the dollar looks weird. Looks smaller than like a regular dollar.
It could very well be.
Let's see. I forget what year the Morgan is.
So, anything else? Any other topics? Who's put in? Tell us when you think silver's gonna pass its next all-time high.
I think December 31st or December 30th.
Really?
What day is that? What day does that fall on? Because if it's on a Saturday or Sunday, Saturday or Sunday, it can't
The
happen.
end of Q4 this year. What do you think, JM?
I think it could hit 35 again by year end. Absolutely.
No, I didn't say
That's
that.
still 2 full
I
months.
said, when is it going to pass its last all-time high?
35 was its last all-time high.
No, all-time high was
Wasn't it?
49.84 back in 2011.
Oh, the 2011 all-time high.
Yeah, that's 49.80 something. So basically, when do you think it's going to
I think it might take another year. I think it might take another year.
Right on. What do people in
But
the
I think
chat
give it another 12 months. I think that's reasonable. It's not a huge leap. And that high that it hit in 2011 was for such a short period of time. It's incredible.
Yes, it was. Yeah, people still keep looking at that and thinking that stuff. But then again, you look at gold, and gold's already past its all-time high. So,
It is a legal bill. I just put a dollar bill, a new one, compared to it. It is legal sized. Yep.
Right on.
Oh, it'll be for a couple seconds. If it gets to 51, it's not going to stay there long. It would be a couple of minutes.
Yeah, there's going to be. I think it's not going to just melt up like that this time. I think it's going to get checked at least every $5 point. So 35 it'll get put in check, 40 it'll get put in check, 45, and I think there'll be some good pullbacks.
I think it's going to get more wild. Instead of a $1 or $2 upswing, it'll go to $5 or $6 upswing and downswing, and then it'll go to $8 to $10 upswing and downswing, and that's how it's going to get there, and then it'll settle back down.
Yeah, there was one day a couple of weeks ago where it was up 7% on the day, but that's very, very unusual for it to do that.
Well, the only thing is, Gerald, Putin doesn't want to kill a dollar. Sorry about that. Only our government wants to kill a dollar.
I still say silver's a good metal to be in. If you're patient, it will pay off for you.
I think so too.
And there's another metal I'll be talking about here in the next couple of weeks. It's not a precious metal that'll probably do very well also, just because of the supply-demand factor.
Nickel.
Copper.
No, it's not a precious metal. It's not. I got it. It starts with an R. It's a
Ruthium.
70 times more rare than platinum.
Ruthium.
No, it's only $80 an ounce. But by the way the supply chain's working right now to use case, and there's so little of it, if an outside entity came into the market and bought up like $1 million of this stuff, it would drive the price through the roof.
Rhodium.
I don't know. Hey, what's up, Andy? You need to get up here on the panel, girl. Come on.
Rhodium would be that's more than $80. That's more than $80.
Yeah, no, that's $4,400 or something like that.
Ruthenium, rhenium.
It might be rhenium.
RHENIUM.
Again, the guy I spoke with, he spelled it out to me and told me a couple times, but I'm in no position to take advantage of it. I don't like hearing about things that are going to happen that are profitable if I can't take advantage of them. So I didn't pay too close attention. But things have changed, and now there's a possibility I can't take financial advantage of it. So I need to call him back and find out a little bit more.
Yeah, that's me, Andy. Boy, Lady C had a great live the other day. She sung one of Chicago's songs, and it was better. The way she did it was better than the way they did it, and they did pretty well with that song.
Is that the dinner music?
Yeah.
Hold on a second here. We got Gerald saying I was wrong. I need to correct this here.
Hey, Nickel, was it hard to say I'm sorry?
I think that was it.
I think I missed that, or only caught a short part of that live stream. But yeah, Lady Campion's awesome.
Oh my Lord, she should be signed, and she can do. She could do. What do you call them? Like the musicals. They're like the plays and the music.
Yeah. Like Gilbert and Sullivan stuff.
Yeah.
My Fair Lady, The Sound of Music.
Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah, for sure.
Grease would be a great one. She could do that.
First off, I wasn't wrong on BRICS. I said there wasn't going to be a BRICS currency, and they're not organized enough yet to do anything, and that's exactly right. And as far as wrong on the dollar demise, in its current with everything, everyone in the positions they're in right now, the people that are in them and for our own government, they want to kill the dollar. So yes, it's going down. But if they change jobs, that'll change, because Russia does not want the demise of the dollar, not yet. So they're not the ones trying to kill it. So, like it, love it or leave it, if the same people don't stay in office after election, that'll change up for a couple of years, and the dollar won't be on the demise, or it will go further down, and then they'll do an actual currency change, which is quite possible. I mean, I don't know the future. It's obviously overdue time-wise for us to have a new currency. So that could happen. I don't know. I do know we will have a physical bill after that event occurs, after this current fiat dollar dies. But I've always said this dollar's 3 years over its death date, because it was the fiat dollar system that was built in with a 2% inflation. So that's 50 years, because 50 times 2 is 100%. 100% inflation means the bill is worth nothing. Anything past that year-wise, they're stealing 100% from you. So for the past 3 years, our dollar, everything, it's all been it's stolen. It's every bit of it's been stolen from us in inflation, 106%. I mean, so yeah, we need a new dollar, but I don't think they're going to let this one die yet, because they're stealing so much from us. I mean, they're on a good roll. Why blow a good thing? It's not a good thing for us. It's a good thing for the people controlling it, though.
Well, and on the other side of it,
What's up, Pat?
hey, Pat, on the other side of it, what they don't discuss is the compounding effect of inflation. So, they say, oh, inflation's down, say from 3% to 2%. That sounds pretty good. But that means the previous year it was 3%. And then the current year it compounded and went up an additional 2% off of that 3. So it's not year over year inflation. It's compounding. And I think that compounds the weakness in purchasing power too.
Oh yeah, no, and we don't even realize it, because they're doing a good job of slick willying us. That's why I say buy silver, platinum, and crystallized osmium, because they haven't driven those prices or allowed those prices to go up to where they're supposed to be.
Hey, Pat, anyone that's blue, that just means they're a moderator?
We all have.
Gosh, that hit went down wrong.
Yeah, we all have a computer virus. It makes us sick and blue.
It's a Smurf convention.
It's because I have less than 20 people here, and I know them all, so I make them all moderators. That way no one can time anyone out, or if there's any, issues, you'll have to work them out. You can't time each other out.
So that means the longer that we know you, Neil, the more likely we are to turn blue?
Pretty much, you're going to be a blue meanie at Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. It's not a bad thing.
Oh, that was one of my clues. I had the Oompa Loompa.
Oompa Loompa, Oompa Loompa, doopity doo. I've got a secret I will tell you.
Yeah, they got it. They got that in the movie, and Gene Wilder and all that stuff. So
it was a good movie. Blue Bayou, good movie.
is that JM's Halloween?
That's his Halloween house. This is his Halloween bug out house by the lake. That would be a nice bug out house by the lake, by the way. Or that stairway goes right into the water.
It'd be great. I don't know about the mosquitoes, but it looks like a decently remote location.
They got technology that'll kill off those mosquitoes, and if you don't have the technology, you build these things for purple marlins.
Yeah.
Because purple marlins eat the hell out of them, and then you throw in a lot of plants that draw in dragonflies.
I got a picture of the side yard there too. There's the side yard.
now, now, in that part of the yard, I think you'd want to carry a gun with silver bullets.
No, there's
I
a
don't think-
bunch of people on here videos. There's some on here that have a Black Panther. There's some on here that's got mountain lions. A bunch of those kind of videos. I think the dude that has the mountain lion is Russian or something.
Oh, that's Luna Panther.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yep, that's super cool. And he's got the dog too, and they play and they're friends.
The Black Panther?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's a Russian couple, but there's another couple, I believe they have a leopard. No, it's not. Is it a leopard or is it a cougar?
Cougar.
It's a cougar they have. It's not a black one, because the black one every now and then it comes over to see that one. And I believe it's a Russian couple that has it. They have a video, a YouTube show.
And there's somebody who has the wolves, I think. No, what is it that runs around? A fox. You want hyper?
Oh my God. Yeah, they're
Hyper
worse than
fox.
chihuahuas.
You have to have a place that they can get on and run all the way around the house, like shelf, like it looks like a shelf, except they get on there and they run all the way around. They are super hyper.
And get yourself a little 18-inch pipe about 30 foot long and bury it so it can go underground and run out the other end.
I think in the wild they travel a lot. Like, I think it would not be unusual for them to be going 5-10 miles a day.
And they jump a lot.
That's
You
how
ever
they-
see them hunt in the snow?
Yeah, they
Catch
jump
the
up straight
mice.
up in the air and come down on the prey.
Yeah. Face first with front two paws.
Yeah, like Arctic fox. There you go.
Yeah. They got some good ears. They got some real good ears. It's actually amazing if you look at animals. You can learn a lot by just watching them.
And do y'all know the raccoon whisperer?
No.
Well, he's from Canada. He's got he's got a huge channel now. And he's got cancer, so I don't know if he's gonna make it or not. He got married, I think, and the woman helps with the raccoons now. He feeds them on his deck. They come up there. Sometimes he has, I say, 25, maybe 25. No. And he feeds them hot dogs. What's the cookies he gives them? I think marshmallows. So what else does he give them? Those treats that's got apple in them and all that. They're little kind. What do you call those things? Critters? I mean, fritters. He feeds them
clue.
those.
Oh, like donuts?
Well, they're pastry, but they're, he gets them at Walmart. They mark them down. He gets it and brings it to them. And he has buckets of water because, raccoons got to clean their hands for the
Yeah.
food. And it's amazing how many he's got.
Yeah, no, I've not seen his channel before, but yeah, raccoons, that would be quite the animal to try to tame.
I think you need to get them when they're young. If you get them when they're young,
Mhm.
no problem.
Actually, they're safe after the 4th generation of breeding around humans, because if you get them like wild babies, young, they're going to have too much of a wild instinct,
Yeah.
which is going to put you at harm. Now, if they breed with another one at home, you got to breed out the wild, because their
Yeah.
natural. Good night, Golden Silver.
See you later.
Their natural instinct is what you have to breed out of them.
For 4 generations.
Yeah.
Domesticate them for 4 generations, and then you
Yep.
should be.
Then you won't get that random snap or that go back to the wild in the middle of the night while you're sleeping and it's at your throat because it just went back to the wild kind of thing.
Yeah,
You got to worry about that shit, bro.
that's just scraps. The
Uh,
raccoons do with each other.
and there was a woman here, because back when Chico was living, I was at the vet. she came in with a possum, and it was a pet, and she got it when it was young, and it was just like a cat or a dog. And of course, it was having, as they age, they kill themselves as they age. Their breathing eventually shuts off, and they die. So it was getting to the later phases. So she had it in there. It's depressing. It really is. I mean,
I don't know if you guys know this about possums, but you actually, if you have land and there's ever a tick problem on your land, you want to have possums, because possums will eat about 5,000 ticks a day if they're available to eat. So if you ever have a tick issue in your area, you'll capture a couple possums and release them in that area. They'll be happy as hell eating all those ticks. And you don't get Lyme disease.
You got another newbie, Black.
Hi, Black.
Hey, what's up? That's a cool picture to go with the name.
Yeah.
Is that nano black that doesn't reflect 99.99% of black?
It reminds me of an AC/DC song, though.
I think it's
they actually have a paint, and I've seen it. It is, oh my God, is it black? It actually is non-reflective up to like 99.99% of light. A guy painted a car. There's a show I watch where he paints cars with all these funky colors that change the color in the light. And someone sent him some of that paint to use, and he painted his car. By God, man, it was the blackest of black. All right, we'll see you later.
He was just checking you out.
I guess. We're not for everybody's taste, I guess. But anyhow, that was cool. I didn't realize that, like a black hole, when they say it's absorbs all light, that would be the color of it, the one that doesn't reflect, but like 0.001% of the light. And we've never had a black paint in that color until like 2 years ago. Sorry, talk about something more interesting. Because I saw that and it reminded me of it. That guy Black, that black dot. There's a name for that black too. I forgot what it was. It was like nano black or something. So I guess I killed chat and I'm the freaking host. Right on. You got to be good at something, right?
Is Indy still here? I think she left already.
Yeah, I asked her to come up. It usually chases her away when I do that.
I have not seen any of her new shows since she got moved and she's back up again.
Oh, really? I've been on the panel.
Oh, well, I didn't get the update saying they're on. So, and I'm
that sucks.
So I don't understand that.
Yeah, you go to her channel and unsubscribe and resubscribe. So that way you're guaranteed to get notifications.
I haven't been getting many of anybody's. I've been getting new people. I said, who the heck is that? And then of course all the time people's coming in, or they in other chats, and they don't act like they know me 1,000 years. So they must watch my stuff because I do not know who they are. And then I'm like,
Nickel, you will find having a YouTube show that you just always have to be kind, helpful, and grateful, because I'll have people, because I always say buy silver and platinum before I added the buy crystallized osmium to it. I'd have people in shows I was in that see my name and I'd never seen it before. Hey Neil, I bought some platinum this week. I'll be like, cool. Sweet.
It could be they changed their name too.
Or it could be that there are people out there that actually get personally involved over a computer with people they see a lot of and they feel a bond with. There are those people out there. Yeah, you got to watch out for those ones. Like if you watch the show Parlay Revival, the Catamaran show, they'll have subscriber meetups wherever in the world they're at. People that they've never ever seen in their lives, and there'll be hundreds of them coming up wanting to pay $50 to go to these subscriber meetups. Those are people all around the world that watch the show. They get to know these people that they don't know. So yeah, you got to be careful because not everyone's mentally stable. So you put yourself out there is what I'm saying. You put yourself out there for everyone. So expect a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I'm expecting to get shot in the ear.
Nah, you'll never be president.
They'll say he likes him. That's good enough. That's close enough. Let's
I'll
shoot
tell
him.
you what, if he's bringing back that 20-year president gets shot thing, I'd rather be president next time anyhow, because you got another 20 years before a president gets shot.
Oh. I think Trump's every 20 minutes.
Till the election, it will be. Wow, everyone's leaving.
Yeah, Trump said that today. He said he'd run for president's dangerous. Yep.
I think it's McKinley, President McKinley. You can correct me if I'm wrong. That's who President Trump's following with his policies as far as tariffs. And he's the only other president to ever, the only president to actually use tariffs effectively. And they worked so well, they've not used that policy since then. And that was back in the 1800s when McKinsey was president. There's a lot of intelligence to the things that the next administration's been talking about. And you can go back in history and actually research it and find out how good. And here's it, for example, when they say, oh, tariffing, no, it doesn't work. Well, how do you know? What examples do you have of it? Okay, there is an example. President McKinsey back in the 1800s, he used it. Unfortunately, they don't want to tell you that because that's the only example they have. And it's an effective example. It actually freaking works. So,
Cantaloupe.
right on. So this next guy coming up is going to use it. You're going to find out firsthand how effective the president can be using tariffs instead of income tax as a driving force of revenue. And you're gonna smell and feel success if you're in a position to grab it. And that is what I like, kind of sort of wanted this whole channel to be about, no matter what it is, precious metals or whatever, dog walking, cat sitting, mowing lawns, whatever, to promote and grow yourself to be in a position to where you can grab a hold of it when it comes and not be caught sitting down saying, holy shit, I need to get ready as the tidal wave of good times is passing you by.
So you're saying that you think that Trump can do away with income taxes by using tariffs. Is that what you're saying?
What I am saying is if you take your personal time out and study, I believe it's McKinsey. He's the only other president that's ever attempted it. And he did it so successfully. They stopped him because they realized they couldn't control the people if they don't get the money from the people. If you don't tax them, you don't control them. So they quit using that policy. So I think it's a better policy than just that, Nickel. I think it's a policy of freedom for citizens. Because if the government stops looking at us as revenue sources, fuck, don't you think everything will change?
Well, now, I think it'd be interesting to try. I don't really think you could do it, but now maybe you can.
And then again, all you got to do is, like any other human being has the opportunity to do, go back in history and see when it was ever used as a policy by a president. And when you discover who that is, discover how it's effective a policy it was. And then the question then to ask is, well, why the hell did they get rid of it? And then you started getting into the manipulation and controlling of the population and all this other stuff that's been happening since turn of the 1900s in 1908, 1909, 1913. A lot of different things happened throughout that first 20 years of the 19th century or the 20th century. But before that, there's a lot of other shit going on.
I think it's interesting, these promises he's making. I think he goes overboard. But how about the national defense system where he's going to be able to any missile that comes through any state in the United States, they're going to be able to shoot it down like Israel. I just do not think that's physically possible. But
Well, as I have stated, and when you state that, you need to use a disclaimer. With current known technology, I think it's impossible, is what you need to say. Because what I have said is we're fixing to have another technological revolution. I've reported on some of the stuff, just the tip of the iceberg stuff, but there's a lot of stuff coming around the corner that's not only going to save us money defense-wise and on defense budget and stuff like that, but a lot of things. I don't know how it's going to get rolled out, but it's coming. We can't help but have it coming. And I think it's coming by 2028. I know it will be for the military, and what they have for the military is more of an autonomous military, where it runs mostly off of, you have to have G5, and that's part of the reason why our government supports Elon Musk Starlink, because with Starlink in the air, we have G5 worldwide, which means that our autonomous or robotic army that we're fixing to turn out will be able to operate anywhere in the world with very little human engagement to run it, which means very little loss of lives and very little expense. Because if you can downsize the size of the military by 50% and increase the coverage of the military by 100%, well, there you go. We spend like $1 trillion a year on them, and we cut that in half over 10 years. That's $5 trillion cut right there, just in that one thing alone.
I must say I'm impressed with Elon's rocket that can go up and he can come back down and land it.
Oh my God, that was amazing.
So maybe they can do it, but I think Gerald you talk about lasers, like from a satellite, and you would just say, "Oh, there, we picked it up, zip," and you zip it and blow the missile up.
Oh, they got those on ships, man.
Yeah,
they're adding them to ships right now. They'll stop hypersonic missiles, and we've got the advanced early warning system for the hypersonic missiles, to where the laser just aims in that direction. Is it tested? No, but having said that, I can say this. Of every country in the world who says they have something, I believe America over any other country, because we actually have tested a lot of the stuff that other countries buy from us so they can say they have.
I'll tell you what, you sneak me in to area 51 and I will record. I won't write anything down, but I'll record it in my mind, and I come back, I'll tell y'all, I said, you don't believe what they've got. They've got this thing, and it does this. And
Nickel will come back telling us about the revolution, because they'll brainwash him and make him an American historian.
You know, I was just thinking the same thing. He'll come back under the mind control.
Exactly. That's exactly what would happen. No, there's nothing in there, guys. Nothing at all. Nothing's here. Move along.
get me into Fort Knox, and I'll tell you how much gold they got. Just ship me in a crate. Make sure I can breathe, but ship me into a crate, and if somehow I get out, and then I'll tell you how much gold they got. I'll write that all down and bring it back.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, until they find out who I am, and then it'll be an all points bulletin: shoot to kill, shoot to kill. I'll be running for my life. I'll be hiding.
Running don't help. Bullets go about 5,000 foot per second.
I'll be hiding behind. I'll go out to Neil and hide behind him.
That won't help you. I'm kind of skinny. I've seen you. You're a little bit wider than I am. I turn sideways. I look like a freaking zipper.
Silverboy Blue, I remember that. Now that happened. And guess what? Indiana Hoosiers were playing for the national championship in basketball that night. And we were just sure they were going to delay the game. We didn't know what was going to happen, because everything just happened. We didn't know what shape he was in. If he was dying, we didn't know. So I remember that happened. Indiana won that way.
Talk about it, Gerald.
I wanted to quick address a comment and question that Silverboy Blues had a while ago.
Okay.
It said, anybody have experience living in a travel trailer year round? I know, because we were talking about the Arctic Fox. He put it in way back then.
Yeah, I remember.
I know the Arctic Fox trailer is one that you're supposed to be able to live in during the winter, speaking of Arctic Fox. So I did look it up, And I do see that the most important thing is the insulation and that your water doesn't freeze. I think what I'm seeing a lot of people here doing is buying the big cargo vans like the Mercedes or Ford or Dodge, whatever, Chev, but the big cargo vans, and they're modifying them themselves and they're putting in the heavy duty insulation.
Do you know Studio Scientist?
No.
He lives in a trailer, semi.
Yeah. Like in the winter, you're okay as long as you don't go below freezing.
Well, he's in Canada.
Yeah. Once you go below freezing, then then it's a deadly situation, right?
An ice box.
But yeah, you definitely want if you're going to be doing that year round, they definitely do build them for the winter. Definitely want the heavy duty insulation.
Well, it'd be kick ass to get one of those big 18 wheelers with the big cab on it, and then have a little walkthrough going back to the cargo part of it, and have it all a house.
Yeah, and your engine can be the diesel generator.
Yeah, well, no, you could have it all run on electric, and every time you start your engine, you're powering the electric with solar on top, so that way you don't have to run your engine that much, so you don't spend too much on gas.
I don't know
Or
what
diesel.
I don't know what kind of a cab he has. I have no idea, but I know he's got a semi trailer. But I do not know the truck part. I have no idea what it is. It's probably an older one.
It's more people than ever living out of even little minivans and stuff like that. It's amazing how innovative they can become.
When I was in Hawaii back in December 2019, I met a couple guys. They bought the new trucks that should have been 4-door, but they made them 2-door because they gave up their rental units because they said it was cheaper to take a truck payment and just live out of the truck.
Yeah.
Now that was a Hawaii though, so it doesn't really ever get really cold there to worry about. But that's what they were doing there back at December 2019, January 2020.
Yeah, I've never lived full time in a travel RV.
I would actually, at Silverboy Blues, I would look at FEMA. Let's see if they have any trailers they're going to be auctioning off in your area, because they have a surplus, at least they do in the southeast, of trailers after disasters, and if they don't get used, they just like set them off the side and they degrade, go to nothing, and no one really knows about it. They actually sell them, so you need to look into that line and look at the FEMA sales on trailers, and you could get a nice 40-foot by 10-foot wide 3-bedroom little 1-bath trailer for pretty damn cheap.
I do like the tiny homes idea too.
Oh well, yeah. Then you got
Like 500
FEMA. I did say FEMA, and you also look at check into Eli Musk's houses for like 20,000, 15,000.
There you go.
Just be creative in your thinking. And here's another thing you can look at too. They've got winterized yurts, but they cost about 13 to 18,000. They're round. You could have a little loft in the top part, depending on if you're young enough to do that. But if you're not young enough to do that, and you can have a fireplace inside a yurt.
Even shipping containers.
Huh? Yeah, shipping containers as well. Them I don't really care for too much because
they're no good in the heat. Once it heats,
yeah,
you're basically living in an oven.
exactly. Yeah, your cooling bill is really expensive. But yurts, winterize your yurt. You can also take the winterizing part of it, the coating down in the springtime for the hotter months.
I think I live in a cave.
I would actually prefer a yurt myself because, like I said, you can do a fireplace, and it's just like a house. You can you put out a deck, you run your plumbing, so you can have a little shower and sink and stove and everything. You do all the plumbing like normal, just inside a yurt. And you can winterize that yurt. You can have a fireplace in there to help heat it. And if it gets too windy, you just stick up a small little like 4-foot privacy fence on the outside and tie all the ropes to that, so that way you have somewhat of a wind block. It still just takes up the same amount of space of the deck that it's sitting on.
I prefer a solid structure.
But I mean, if it's not going to be a permanent thing, a year or two till you buy a house or something, and you were looking to stick your, a mother-in-law suite, and you don't want to rent an apartment or something like that, a yurt is because you can resell them. There's actually a good resale in yurts, to where it's a lot harder to get rid of those cargo containers, because then you need a big 18-wheeler to come in and pull it in, pull it out. Where a yurt, you can just roll it back, disassemble it, roll it back up, put it in the box, and carry it off on a wheelbarrow.
I actually saw some pretty cool that were like blowout inflatable yurts.
Yeah, they got
Or
those.
inflatable cabin. Like it's like 400 square foot freaking thing.
Yeah, like I said, there's some innovative and creative thoughts out there. It's just depending on how long the person's going to be staying there. Don't limit yourself to conventional thought process. A lot of creative people out there doing things, trying to get them going that you could take advantage of. Usually when things start, they try and get them out there cheaper than just to get them out there. Yeah, same here, Gerald. That's why I held off on saying yurt for a little bit till I got into the conversation more to get a little feel for it.
Well, that's another good point too, is if it's for someone that's elderly, if you can have it all ground level or just one level with no stairs.
Yeah.
Really, in the long run, that's going to be a smart move.
Yep. Hard, solid floor all the way across.
At least for the living area, like you can have storage on an upper level, I guess, or.
Well, yeah, on a yurt, what would be the loft area you could use for the storage. There's a ladder going up there, but for younger people, you could use it as a bedroom, because you going up and down a ladder. But for older people, just use it for their storage of their stuff, and they'll come get you at Halloween and Christmas to get the boxes down, the appropriate boxes down.
Did you see the Joe Rogan Trump interview or podcast?
I didn't.
You did?
I didn't.
I watched the whole thing.
So did I.
If Harris goes on there, which she's not.
Oh, she'll never go on there. She couldn't last 3 hours with the way she talks.
I would watch it.
It was really good. I thought it was really good.
And another thing that killed Kamler going on there is Joe Rogan said, I want to just get to know her as a person. That's the last thing. The last thing she wants America to do is get to know her as a person.
That's right.
So that guaranteed she's not going on there, in my opinion.
Like, it just seems to me she doesn't. It's like she doesn't have a soul. Some people just seem like they're just completely empty.
Like I said, at the end times, there's going to be a lot of soulless people according to the Bible. I'm not saying she's one, but I'm just, making a correlation that there's going to be a lot of soulless people at end times. So that saying does not go without meaning in my ears. Yeah, she's evil.
Joe Rogan's smart too. He's still really quick. He's great.
Yeah, but he's also there. Yeah, but.
So you heard the part where they were talking about the UFC, right? And Trump asked Joe Rogan who he thought the best fighters of all time were. And BJ Penn, Georges St. Pierre came up, but the one, and a few others came up, but the one they missed was Royce Gracie. Anyway, sorry, I went off on a tangent there.
No. The thing about if you look at okay, here, I'll just ask you this: since you know about back then with the UFC, how many people wear gis now?
I haven't
nowadays.
seen it recently, but I
You wanna know
haven't seen
why?
anyone wearing a gi in a long time.
Yeah, because the rule changes, and I say that to bring up a point. They basically, the Gracies paid a lot of money to be champions and to stay champions at the beginning part of that, because they were in control of the rules because they donated so much money. After more people got into it, more people started offering money and changing the rules. The rules changed to where it wasn't advantageous for their fighting style. That's
Yep.
why every time you hear about a Gracie trained fighter, don't really bet on him, because the style of fighting for the rules has changed. You'll look at the fighting of the Gracies. They used to use a lot of grapple hooks that used the clothing. You had to have the gi on for their shit to be effective, and their
Yeah.
chokes and all these other things. So when you just take that stuff off, their style becomes half as effective, and they're not really as bad as they were sold to be. Although till this day, they still live and make a lot of money off that reputation.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to fighting commercially on TV
Mhm.
that'll make you assume that a person's a badass, when in reality, if you got the guys, and they had a problem with this at the beginning. I saw it. Dana White had a big problem, actually, because there were some monsters coming on there, but they would get out of control because they weren't the right type of fighter. They were actually true badasses that were big, Brutus guys, but they'd lost mental control, so they weren't a good fighter. They could fight, they could hurt people, but that's not a fighter. A definition of a fighter in a commercial sense for TV is someone who can stay in mental, like a Muhammad Ali fighter, not a
Right.
Mike Tyson style
Yeah.
fighter.
You want to
Yeah.
get some longevity out of all the merchandising, so you want them to be able
Yeah,
to
you want to
last
know,
10,
yeah,
15 years,
basically.
or at least 5 years anyway.
But yeah, there's got to be money out of it before they'll promote it, and that's with any and everything. Even football's this way. Even I'm sure fucking WNBA is this way. There's a schedule to their championship winnings. If you look at the NFL for the past 50 years, you can see a progression of who the winners were, and then and ask yourself this: okay, why, if that team was such a good winner for 5 or 6 years stretch, and then they haven't been able to be back to be good winners for 20 or 30 years? Why? You obviously, now you got to go back to logic. Okay, they had a winning strategy. They must not be using that strategy. So go back to using that strategy. So why aren't they? So there's reasons they're not. Because in the NFL, you have 50 plus teams, all of them spending millions of dollars, all these millionaires. They want guaranteed championships in their belt so they can sell merchandise, just like what you were saying. And that's where you come up with, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the Cleveland Browns out of nowhere become world champions and come up with songs and stuff like that. Then you haven't heard of them ever since. They're a nothing team, because they know not to spend money on any big players, because it's not their time to make it to the Super Bowl again. You see what I'm saying? It's all rigged. Even the NFL is rigged.
Yeah.
So that's another reason why I call it the National Felons League, because it's basically legal gambling. If you know the schedule of the winners, you can find out who's going to win the Super Bowl before the year starts.
It's a franchise.
It's like the Panthers back in '94. I helped build their stadium. That year they were the next year they were NFL champions. They were Super Bowl champions because they needed promotions. The guy needed a return on his investment for the millions he spent on that stadium. So the NFL said, "Okay, we'll let your team be champions, so you'll get all the merchandising, all the sponsorships, and you'll start making your money back." Because it's all about money, not the sport.
Okay, I got a question. If that's the case, then how come so many of them don't go the full 7 games, like in baseball? They can make more money if it went 7. Is that correct?
It's a different game.
It's a good question, though.
You can play the game. You don't have to change the game. If you make all the games very similar, then it's easier to figure out they're all rigged because they're all similar. Oh, they all have 7 games. They all have 7 this. hockey 7 that, swimming 7 this. They're different sports. You got to play them differently, rig them for the sport. And the Super Bowl wouldn't be cool if you had a 7-game playoff with the same teams. That would be like, you'd lose so much interest. You'd lose half your crowd after the second game. So you can't play the same strategy. It's not the same game, but you can still rig the game because it's still a game and there's money in it. So there's money in it. So you can rig the game. Trust me. In politics, there's money in it. Why? Because it's a rigged game. Why do you think it cost $1,500,000,000 to run for president? When the fuck did that happen?
Inflation.
Yeah, right. Why do you think I'm trying a grassroots effort? I figure in about 200 years, I'll have enough money to run for president next time. And well, I'll be 196 years late and probably $7 trillion short.
It's barrier to entry, right? You can't get in unless you're part of them.
Unless you sell out.
Or unless you got boatloads of cash.
And then sell out.
And you can't get in the music industry unless you bend over.
No, actually, I got a way to get in the music industry, bro. It's real simple. I'll actually, on my next slide, I'll try and find it. Eric Weinstein explained it beautifully. There's 6 notes that you play. It's like fa la di ra me, whatever you do for like singing for your voice. There's notes on the guitar, right? If you play those notes, those 6 notes at like a high, I don't know what they're called, but high up on the neck, and then you play it a little lower on the neck and in a different note, and then you go down and play those same, I guess it's called a fret, and excuse me if I'm mistaken on my music language, and then you play it in a blues sound, and what you get you get the fa la di ra me, and then the second time you do it in a different fret, you get Mary had a little lamb, and then when you do that same fret in the blues sound, you have, hold on, Sunshine of My Life, a kick-ass fucking rock and roll song, all based off the same 4 notes in different frets.
Yeah.
You got Mary Had a Little Lamb is very similar to a famous 1970s rock and roll song based off of the same music.
The same as the ABCs, A, B, C, D, E, F, G,
Yeah.
is Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the secret to the music industry. Figure out that niche, make it, and trust me, if someone wants to make money, and that you bring up something like that, you'll be wealthy because they'll make money off of you because you came up with a new style of the old thing.
Yeah. So it boils down to chord progressions and what key it's in.
It has to do with, oh God, what did he say? I don't recall exactly how he put it, but music is all based off of certain notes, and actually all of them can be traced back to biblical music. That's not 100% accurate, but that's the basic theme of it. Those 6 frets or notes that I was telling you about came from the book of the Bible. I don't know what song, what part, whatever, but from there we get a majority of our music, our famous longevity music today. It's not the music; it's the notes.
It's the key that's in.
It's a signal. It's a what is it? It's a message passed down through time of a vibration, frequency, and energy that you should probably get in line with, because you'll be better off in life if you don't fight the wave, kind of thing. And there's a frequency to life that you should be on, and it is, in my opinion, it gives the frequency that you should be on. And if you don't live your life on that frequency, you'll have a harder life, basically. And the sooner you learn about it, the easier a life you can have.
So this was a Google search on the most popular keys for popular songs, and so C major is the most popular. There's no sharps or flats in that. Then D major, G major, A major, E major. So look at that. None of them are minor.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's all positive, sort of good feeling vibes. I thought there'd be more in the minor
Well, see, here's an interesting thing. That C major.
Yep.
Do you know there's several things about that note? First off, the bumblebee, when it lands on tomatoes and a couple other type flowers, they don't like put their pollen out. You've got to have a C note of frequency vibration that explodes their pollen nodules to get the pollen out. There's certain plants, tomatoes being one of them, and the bumblebee, not honeybee, but the bumblebee can dislodge its wings from beating to where it keeps them in flight, and it does it sideways where it performs a perfect C note, like the C keys that you do to test your test signals. This is a C note, and you hit this little tuning fork, just like a tuning fork C. But the bumblebee does that and explodes the pollen nodules, pollinating our foods. But also the C note, I believe, is heavily used in bee flight. You hear that C note, and psychologists have proven that the C note helps people with like PTSD and other issues like that. So that same note has 3 uses right there that I know of, and I'm not nobody.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, there's a commonality. There's a commonality to those 6 frequencies, is what I'm saying, and it goes further than just the Mary had a little lamb, and that's why I make fun of you, Independent Mary, with the Mary Has a Little Lamb. Actually, it's the psychological, deeper meaning of that song that leads to lots of things. But I never thought I'd talk about it to anyone. I never thought anyone would know that information. But that's where it comes from.
Music's supposed to be tied in with mathematics too.
Yes, directly.
Absolutely.
And also geometry.
Well, I almost flunked geometry. I couldn't do it.
Well, if you take a speaker and you take a solid white piece of paper and you stick small, like say, I don't know, small shit, like bullet casing stuff. What's that? Black powder, stuff like that. And then you turn on your speaker and you run different notes and you let it go for a little while. Those pieces of black powder will organize themselves in a geometric pattern. And then you play another note and they'll reorganize themselves in another geometric pattern. Then you play another note and it'll reorganize itself in another geometric pattern. So yes, sound is directly correlated with math.
Yeah, I'm with Silverboy Blue. I can't get enough C notes.
Yeah, that's a different kind of C note.
That's
But
my
no,
favorite.
there's a lot to quote unquote music or sound or frequency and vibration and energy than we are led to be known or talked about or whatever, however you want to say it.
So in theory, all these singers and stuff that write music and all, they're probably also were good in math.
No, they probably had a little bit of knowledge, and I really don't know how that works. I know, like, this is what I do know. Okay, I know the Beastie Boys were not rappers. They were college age freaking Jews at an Ivy League college that were into math. And then they come up with the world famous rap that started the whole thing off, and they're like multi-trillionaires now. So you put all of those scenarios together, or not scenarios, but situations of, okay, 3 Jewish kids going to an Ivy League college who are into math, and then they come up with this music. Then you find out all this stuff about math and music, and you could think that maybe for thousands of years, a certain number of people have passed down through their lineage this knowledge that used to be well known, and they have taken most capital advantage of it ever possible. And I would say you would probably be 100% right, but I can't prove it. But yeah, no, I honestly believe that if you just, knowledge is power. You learn this stuff, then you can have power. They learned about the power of language, of math, of sound, probably through their biblical teachings of the Old Testament and their old Hebrew Bibles that was more descriptive of this kind of stuff than the newest Christian Bible is with the New Testament. And that's probably why quite frankly, Jews are more successful than most people because of that in-depth knowledge just from their religious base of math, numbers, and sound. I mean, listen to their hymns. They sound very Templar-esque. What's up, 79? No spamming.
One and one is 3.
Cats. If you find a way to get in trouble, just do it.
It's always good to see 79, so long as she can't time out Nickel.
She'll figure out a way yet.
Mm-hmm.
She's been skipping Rocky. Don't know why.
It's the thrill of the chase. I missed Rocky's stream tonight too. It's tough. At any given time, there's at least 5 people live streaming that I'd like to go see.
Well, guess what it was about.
Banks.
Yeah. You can always never go wrong there because most of his lives are about banks. So
Well, I can tell you this much. Coming up to the end of this year and then the next year, I'm going to have a lot more highfalutin people coming on here. Not that we aren't all highfaluters. It's just our worlds aren't that big. Other big highfaluters, like I'm trying to get, like I said, Chris Marcus, Yara. I'm going to try and get James Anderson, a whole bunch of people. And a majority of them will probably come on the show.
That'd be awesome.
I'm going to try to get Elvis.
Well, I don't know how to. I've been communicating with Chris and Yara, and I've already got them guaranteed they're going to show up. It's just a matter of their schedule to the timing that I have this live stream. And the biggest problem that's kept them off is I do Sundays. But because I've been doing Sundays, I'm not going to change that as a special guest. So we just got to, basically, I'm the reason why they haven't already been on, because I'm not changing my show to another night just to have someone on, basically.
Hey, Chris Marcus is super, super smart. He kind of reminds me of the one guy in The Wolf of Wall Street, except that he got out of that, right, and saw the light.
Oh yeah, Chris has seen me in action. That's why he likes me. I had them rolling 1920s comedy style. If you went to the movies or whenever the movies first came out without sound, because I think it was Silverfest 3. My computer didn't have sound or mic, but they wanted me on. So I made flashcards, big, like 2 foot by 3 foot flashcards. And my saying back then was just buy silver and platinum. And they had all the usuals, Dave Morgan and all these other guys were part of it. And they lit me up on the stage, but because I couldn't say anything, I just showed these big pictures that said buy silver and platinum. I had them freaking rolling laughing.
Hey Neil, are you sure?
Huh?
Are you sure that 79 wasn't there and she just disconnected your mic?
What, am I disconnected?
No, at that symposium or that conference where you spoke. So the sound went out. I'm wondering if.
Oh no, that was my computer. That was like 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. I don't even recall.
Okay, so she might have tried to mute you.
No, I don't know. I've never seen 79 on Arcadia Economics. Unless she changes names or something. Use another IP address, name, whatever. However you do that. But yeah, I'm hoping to have some interesting talks. Actually, what I want to do when I bring Yara, and I want to talk about jewelry, and I'd actually like to have more pieces of my jewelry made so that way I can inspire her to get back into jewelry, because she got out of jewelry making when she met Chris and left Denver, and she just got into precious metals. And I want to
Get her.
I know she used to love it, and I don't see why anyone wouldn't not want to get back into it, especially if you see a greater advantage of doing it now with their experience to get back in. But anyhow, I'm going to try and talk her into it. But so I want to have a couple of my unique pieces already half-assed done to show her as we're talking live stream, to maybe excite her to get back into it.
Give her some inspiration.
Yeah, that, and I know she'll push Chris into taking the state of Florida and make him go a little faster on that one.
I want some jewelry.
Well, here in a couple weeks, I'll be making some gem jewelry stuff, the basics. So it won't be in jewelry, in a piece of jewelry, but I'll have the osmium and gems combination together. Hopefully, I'll have it together to where it'll be able to be set into any piece.
And I want some gemstones. Nobody ever guessed where that one ruby was from.
Madagascar.
Oh,
Good guess.
Neil, the sneaky one. Nobody even tried. Why didn't you go
Oh,
get it?
really?
Why didn't you just try? I said,
Oh,
dang.
I've been studying on gems because I've been looking at certain ones, trying to figure out what's going to be the next big one that's going. And so I've been seeing where they've been coming from and whatnot.
Now, Burmese are the best, are considered the best. They're the most desired. But, oh man, Madagascar.
Madagascar,
They got
Tanzania,
some
and
nice ones.
Ethiopia have a lot of nice things coming out of them.
So they got it's just a different look. It's a ruby with a different look, but man, they're nice. They are nice. And this will be my first one.
Yeah, like I said, I've been looking down that way for a little while. You should know though, man, I'm most things Africa. I try and keep up with what they're doing. Like I have not kept up with the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. There is some shit going on there, but
mining is rough in Africa. It is.
no, it's not. If you're an African country,
the ground is just
oh
incredible.
no, it's not. They've got artesian mining, or what's called artesian mining, in the Sahel region of the three breakaway states from the ECOWAS system in West Africa, where you can go out there with a freaking shovel, and start digging up gold. That's what they call artisanal welding. And half the gold gotten out of that country, and that gold produced 500.3 tons a year annually, and according to the old numbers, which was a lie, but that's what they reported. They said half that was from artisanal, which means 25 tons of gold every year was gotten out of the northern part of Burkina Faso from pick and shovel.
Now, Australia, you can pick gold up off. You can mine it off the surface.
That's how it is in Africa too, bro. The right spots. Shit, what is that one
big old
country?
nuggets there. You find some
Northwest.
big nuggets.
I don't recall the name of the country. The northwest part of Africa, right above the West Africa, as it turns into the Mediterranean. That country in their southeast quadrant of their country produces 80% of this one type of mineral that we use. I forgot the name or I don't recall the name right now. I do recall they produce 80% of it. I found that very interesting. So that stuck in my mind, but the name of the mineral eludes me at this point. There's a lot of things coming from Africa. People just don't realize.
Well,
is it Sierra Leone?
Ivory Coast.
No. Sierra Leone is on the southwest part of West Africa before it goes straight down to Namibia and Uganda area, and then in South Africa, in South Africa.
Tanzania got all kinds of gemstones.
Oh yeah, Tanzania has a lot of gemstones. So does Madagascar, Tanzania, and I've heard of some from what's that other country? Not Kenya, Malawi,
Zambia,
Mozambique. There's a lot coming from Mozambique, Tanzania, Mozambique, and Madagascar. They're just now. That seems to be the rich area for gemstone, newest type of gemstone. That area of the world, Tanzania, Mozambique, and Madagascar. And here's an interesting fact about Madagascar, that little island there. This is some probably, and after I finish telling the story, type 1, if you knew, type 2, if I just blew your mind. That island of Madagascar used to be part of Africa. And all the animals that are in Africa are actually in Madagascar, but every one of them is a pygmy version. For example, the island of Madagascar has pygmy elephants that are African elephants descended from the African continental elephant, but because scientists believe, or naturalists, or whoever believes, because it's split away from the continent while the larger elephant was on there, they downsized to their environment, along with a lot of other animals in Madagascar you can find in Africa, but they'll be like 1/3 the size. And that's also another thing about Africa. They've found some of the smallest marsupials in Madagascar because they believe of the fact that it's split away from Africa and they had to downsize because they were on a smaller area of land mass.
I think that's where you find that little monkey the size of your hand.
Yep.
It fit in your pocket.
Yep.
Just don't forget about him, or you smash
No,
him.
he'll come out. That's a creature you don't forget about.
I'd kind of like to have one of those.
I'd like to have a pygmy elephant.
I'm going to teach him how to pick pockets. You can just get in
Yeah,
the
that's what
pocket,
you want. You want a crow for that.
take
Come
his
sit on
money,
your
take the money,
shoulder.
come out.
Can sit on your shoulder. You can do a comedy act.
No ones. Nobody knew it.
Yep. Right on. I know a lot of trivial shit that took me a long time to learn.
That's why Neil's here.
I know a bunch of stuff that's not. Oh, another thing. There's another crack. I did a video on this one already. There's another crack appearing where Africa is going to split off again within the next 1,000 years. It's going to be 2 islands, Madagascar and another island. And like overnight, a fissure opened up like 20 kilometers long and like 100 foot wide, and up in some places 50 to 60 foot deep. Overnight, continent split. I don't know if it's continuing. I don't know how bad. I haven't seen any further continuations of that report.
Right off the same East Coast.
Yo, Kadoki, you got me on that one. It's in the southeastern side. I think it's
That's where Madagascar is.
I think it's below Ethiopia. Not sure, not 100% sure exactly where. I think it might be about Tanzania comes to mind when I think about it, but I'm not sure. But Tanzania is north of. Is Tanzania north of Africa? I'm not sure right now. Hold on. No, Tanzania is south, so it could be Tanzania. Yeah, because you got Sudan and sub-Sudan and all them above Ethiopia, and then you got Eritrea.
Africa is huge.
East. Huh?
Africa is huge continent.
57 countries on it. Quiet, Silver. Quiet.
They got that one country is all them long distance runners. They can run for days. You mentioned
Yeah, it's
Sudan. They can just run all day long.
yeah, and then you got the Zulu who can jump up and down pretty damn good.
Y'all ever see the miniseries Shaka Zulu?
Yeah. I grew up in Scotland, man. We used to watch that a lot, dude. That was part of their. They had TV shows about Zulu and the English wars down there.
You know what they did to their enemy?
Yeah.
Zulu.
Kill them.
They
Kill
stuck
them.
a pole up their butt, hung them.
Oh, you mean like Vlad the Impaler, but they didn't
Yeah.
get called. They didn't get called vampires for doing it.
Yeah, impaled. You got impaled. It took you days to die.
Yeah. Every time you moved, you slid down a little further. Yep, Vlad the Impaler. But I guess because actually, here's some fun facts. Actually, Vlad the Impaler was sold to us as an evil guy, when in reality, he was around the time period of the medieval Dark Ages, and that's when the Islamic hordes were coming up, taking lots of Christians from Europe as slaves and dominating Europe. That's why they're called the Dark Ages, and he was one of the great ones that fought back against the Islamic hordes, and that's what he used to shove the spikes up their ass on the roads leading to his castle to keep the, I believe it's the Ottoman Empire at bay, who was the hordes that were going to enslave all the people that if had he not gone to that extent. That is the more accurate historical background of quote unquote Dracula or Vlad the Impaler.
Yep. Do you know what else he did?
He killed himself because his wife freaked out and killed herself, and because of that he killed himself and the Ottomans over in the area.
When he used to cut the noses off of enemy soldiers too, and would send them back in a bag.
Yeah. Then again, you got to understand again that in that world at that time period, he had to go to that point because, okay, you say that and you think, oh my God, he was an evil person. Okay, hold on 1 second. Why did he do that to them? Do you know that answer?
They were
Well,
And then you find out. Then you find out what they did to his people, and you're like, oh my God, I can see why he did that. See, that's why knowing all of history is good, because you can get skewed history, and I see it all the time. Vlad the Impaler is one of the more perfect examples of him being sold to the Western Christian world as an evil guy when truly he was not.
And actually, Prince Charles said that he's directly related to Vlad the Impaler. One of his,
and he was selling that on the evil end of it. But see, Vlad went evil because of, again, the time in history he had to, because they were being overrun by the Ottoman Empire. They were slaughtering, killing, and enslaving Europeans. That's why I think Algiers has a problem with Turkey till this day, because Turkey's part of the old Ottoman Empire. They weren't defeated until 1917. Less than 100 years ago, the Islamic horde was at the doors of Europe taking slaves. It's nice to know history. But hey, let's talk about African slavery, because it happened 200 years before that. You know, it's a distraction. You gotta learn about all history. And then you find out who the true enemies are. And then you find out, oh my God, you telling me that an Islamic man from the Islamic Middle East came over to America and sued the fledgling baby United States to own a slave, and because they didn't know anything about that kind of thing, and he gave the excuse that in his culture it's acceptable to own slaves, so they gave him the right, and that's how slavery started in America? Or was that an Islamic trying to kill America before we got started? Interesting, huh?
that is interesting. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, learn about history. You can learn a lot of shit, man. I guess maybe I'm too smart.
Well, the thing is, time moves so fast. You know, you could spend your whole time focused on history and never see what's coming.
Oh, come on, man. I've been in ironwork for 30 years. I got this smart.
Hey, man, I got lots of excuses. Just get me going.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Just learn one thing a day, bro. Just learn one thing a day. That's all you need to do.
Believe me, I'm all over it. That's why I'm here. Teach me something
one
new.
thing a day.
Yeah.
After 10,000 days, they know 10,000 things. Start writing down everything you know. Tell me if it comes up to 10,000.
Oh, I'd be writing forever. But at the same time, I probably forgot twice as much as I remember.
Yeah, that'd be my problem.
But your memory can be jolted too, and that's another cool thing with music is just out of the blue you can hear a piece of music and it can bring you back 30, 40, 50 years.
Or something you see.
And bring back memory that, you know, you may have completely forgotten about.
By the way, I think 10,000 days is around 25 years.
Yeah.
That means you can raise a genius. It just takes 25 years. Take a dumbass and then 25 years make them a genius if they learn one thing a day over 10,000 days. I learned that when they did monkey studies, and they said, put 10,000 monkeys in a room and you can get what was it? Edgar Allan Poe's writings out of one of them. I was like, oh, okay.
To me, anyone that doesn't try to learn at least one new thing a day is pretty much dropped out.
You don't know how many people out there don't learn one thing a day, brother.
It's
sad. It's really sad. That's the complacency, and that's a key word. That's the complacency we've gotten ourselves into because of the technological advancements made in the 50s and 60s that have put us where we're at today, where we used to have strong men, now we have weak men. That's the evolution of strong man to weak man from the 50s till now. Hey, you guys be good. Yeah, if you look back in our lifetimes, you can see when the strong man died and when the weak man was starting to be raised. Happened about 20 years ago. Longer than that. But it was in full effect 20 years ago.
What do you learn with 1,000 cats in a room? And if they ask me, I'll say, ask Neil.
1,000 different ways to do something.
Yeah. You learn how to get internet. It's funny. I got a buddy. I was just talking with him on the phone a couple hours ago, and he's never got internet. He's almost never had a cell phone. But now a bunch of his buddies, he lives way up north. A bunch of his buddies keep popping by and wanting internet. So he's asking me about how to get internet. Sorry to interrupt you there, Neil.
Oh, no, not a problem. Not a problem. The problem with living like that, though, and breaking away like that is, okay, okay, cool. That's the problem. What are you achieving? How are you helping others? What are you doing to help others to make it, what you're actually doing nothing to help people when you do that. You're actually hurting people by doing that, because any knowledge you have to spread is now gone.
Yeah, he does it at the grassroots level.
Ask me how many smartphones I've owned.
0.
Yeah, you got it.
Same here. I still got a flip phone. Flip phone.
Woo! Whoa, that sucked.
That's what I have.
Yeah.
Dr. Spock, beam us up.
I don't answer because you can ask Neil. I never answer anything.
Scotty, this is Captain Kirk. Do you read me?
Beam me up, Scotty.
All I know is it's going to be, for me personally, a better several months, half a year, in one instance.
Have a better year in 1 year than you've had in 7 years? Is that what you said?
No. No. Sound like Wilbur the Horseman. No. I said, for me, I am going to have a better year so far and for the next several months. Because, dun, dun, dun. Yes. I have 3 of these full, and I can fill 3 more. So I will have no want, no need. And you know what? People might give me silver for this if the economy gets bad enough, or they'll give me food or other things. This is a form of barter right here.
For sure.
And it's really, really good. Here, hold on, wait. Oh, damn, you can't smell. No scratch and sniff. No scratch and sniff. It smells great.
Here, this one's for 79. Well, she probably already took off.
Yeah, she doesn't like hanging out much. She starts spamming, like, ban her. No, she doesn't spam.
No, she's there.
She's still here?
Yeah.
Oh, now I can time her out. I can't. See, that's another reason. Whoever was asking about all the blue people, it's for your safety that I make you all blue, because otherwise I can time you out.
Well, no, what I can't wait is November 5th, and then get to talk to Barbara November 6th. Woo, that's going to be fun. I don't know how she's going to take that.
I wouldn't rub it in too much. Like, I would just move on and go. I respect everyone's opinion, and I'm willing to debate anybody for $20.
Anyway,
$20. Reminds me of that Monty Python The Argument.
and then there were 5. So Nickel, you have some small, similar gemstones in. I don't see the rest of it.
Maybe you should fill in the blank.
I
Oh,
can't wait. Can't wait to get my rubies. He's already shipped it, so it'll be here soon.
I'm looking at Zychron.
Zircon.
Yeah. This is what I have readily available.
Zircon is a diamond fill-in, sort of, But
Oh.
they got value. I mean,
Cubic zirconia?
no,
No.
that's a man-made thing.
Yeah, that's totally different. They've got Rykos or something like that as well. There's a couple gems, like I said, come from Mozambique.
Zirconia.
See, that's a
It
decent
looks like a
size
cone.
little bug, buddy. I love my growing technique. And I let them sit in there because when I get it out of the bottle, it's still fresh. It's a little bit. It's got like 30% moisture to it, so it's harder to break apart in the grinder thingy. So I stick some in the bowl, let it get a little dry, so I can grind it up and fill up one of these. So that way I can just take that in here. See, it's a process.
Nice.
Being a stoner is a process.
Strontium.
Thought to be a stoner.
You would like strontium if you ever see it. When you see fireworks go off and all the multicolors, that's got that in there. It's used in fireworks.
Right on.
I bet I deleted those pictures. I could get to those gems. I probably deleted all of them. I did. Ooh. You can't see that. Oh, there you go.
That looks pretty good.
Yeah. I've had people I should take pictures for high times with the shit I grow. Let's see, I got another picture here. Oh, yeah. You can't really see that one.
No, if you put yourself full screen, we'd be able to.
Yeah, you don't need to. You're not going to smoke it anyhow. It's for me. It's just, it'll make you jealous. You don't need to be jealous. Jealousy is a bad thing. I shouldn't even showed you. All y'all get good stuff. Whatever it is, it's good stuff.
I'm pretty happy with the stuff I got. But it's not homemade like yours.
You can make. You can also make jewelry with hemp.
That's true.
You can make heating oil and better wood than plywood with hemp fabric.
Rope.
You can make stronger rope than nylon. A lot of positive things happening. At the beginning of the stream, you guys need to go back and watch the first 10 minutes. It was a one shows Joe Rogan with this other guy about food stuff. And he went back to 1909 when Vanderbilt had his lawyer write the policies for the insurance companies, the health industry, and how colleges will teach doctors. You want to know when the control started? It started way before then, but that's the factual, evidential line that you can see of control, and the reasons and the things that they've done, and all that needs to be ended, because the first thing they did is in 1909 they determined that holistic and natural medicines are not a thing. It was the first thing they said. Second thing is you had to quantify the illness so you could cure it. You can't quantify illnesses. You can only treat them. And then he came up with the healthcare industry, and then he got involved in producing hospitals. So basically now, you know that your healthcare is a total scam, and we've been getting poisoned our whole lifetime. So oh yeah, and the food pyramid was created by the tobacco industry. It has health benefits, but it's not the best for you by any means. So eat more bacon, because it's a lie. You can eat more bacon, get more fat in you. They've been telling us to eat foods that make us chronically sick. Chronic illness did not start showing up in America in any kind of measurable percentage until the 70s and 80s.
If I eat cricket butts, will I live to be 110?
Hey, Nickel, you need to check in on this one, and he asked you a direct question.
Well, JTV, you can buy loose gemstones, but they are probably not top of the line.
I got one site I go to, but only one.
You know, I've gotten a few gemstones from JTV. Usually I get my gemstones now secondhand, just like I do silver and gold. I just go and there's an estate sale and they have them sometimes loose. I've got most of my gemstones from those types of things. So a jeweler goes out of business, you can always get some really good gemstones that way if it's an estate sale.
That's Tanzanite, obviously from Tanzania. Beautiful stone. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the companies that are located in Eastern Africa, Mozambique, Tanzania, Madagascar, and talk to their Department of Gems or Resources or whatever they label them. And I'm going to see about their export laws, getting shit straight out of the freaking mines. Well, that's a little bit later down the line. But it's going to take a little while to get those lines of communication, is what I'm saying. But that's how I'm eventually going to get there. Until then, I can tell you the name of the site I go to is, let's see, bookmark list. Go all the way around. Sorry, I got them on the screen. Online gemstone store. Buy loose gemstones and diamonds. Oh yeah, this is the one. They got some beautiful stones. Around $100 each. It's it's Backroom Gems is what it's called. Backroom Gems. That's what I call them. It's not what I call them. It's what they call them.
Actually, eBay, you can get some pretty good ones on there, actually. Because they're coming from overseas, and so therefore you can get them cheaper.
That's another thing. You need to check out Colombia if you want to get like any emeralds. Mines are right down there. Down there in Colombia. I think Ecuador has some mines too.
There's also Brazilian emerald.
Oh yeah, Brazil has some shit. Chile. Yeah, just get a hold of local governments and talk to their mining industry or something.
In Zambia, they have great emeralds. Milky green, very good.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing come out of Tanzania and Madagascar, most especially since I started looking at underrated, not well talked about or known gemstones that are out there. And I think Zychron was one of them. and a couple others. I'll have to get back into my history of research, see exactly what I was researching to re-get the website. But Ethiopia too, can't forget Ethiopia. Ethiopia, matter of fact, the up and coming ruby opal that people will be talking about is the Ethiopian white opal. People are going to start hopping on that one soon. I've already got a couple flakes, but I need some more. They're just like test sample flakes. Nothing of any quality to make a gem with.
And you can also always get lab grown. They're still a real gemstone, and in some cases you probably get some of those actually cheaper than the natural.
Yeah, I don't know where my stance is on that yet, so I don't want to say either way, because I know there's hardcore people on the natural gemstone side that if you start doing that stuff, you could, at least years ago, I don't know if it's still the same, but you could hurt yourself in some of your business prospects if you use the human created, because there was a big controversy when that shit started coming out. Also, with the heat treated or chemically treated gems, there's a big controversy in the use of those as well that I'm not too well versed with as far as that part of the industry. I'll get there eventually, but I prefer right now to try and stick with, and that's why I'm going with the not newer, but the unknown, the next big thing in gems, and like that blue tanzanite I showed you. Yeah, again, from Tanzania, obviously. They found it, 10, 12 years ago, new mineral.
Lapis is
Yeah, I think lapis is one of them.
they stain the really nice pieces you see, they're stained because the natural lapis will have brown spots in it.
I mean, I don't care about that. See, my style of jewelry that I'm gonna be doing. It's not. I'm not. So it's totally unconventional. Totally unconventional. Yeah, totally unconventional. So I'm not gonna be looking at what a jeweler would look for when it comes to the gemstones and what they consider perfect or whatever. That's for their style of jewelry. You're gonna be getting introduced to the Niels Hahn Dynasty style of jewelry. We are going to into life.
And pearls.
The industry.
My favorite is Japanese. However, the South Sea and the Tahitian, I mean, they're all very popular. So I can't tell you which one, as far as what people are wanting. I mean, because they're all three wanted. But South Sea is probably the most expensive now. They're probably the most expensive. The golden South Sea is probably the most expensive pearl.
I am not looking too much into pearls because they're not translucent. You like my Ginsu knife? Fucking.
I thought I stumbled upon a Bruce Lee episode, or Chuck Norris, actually.
Yeah, I've heard something new about Chuck Norris. What was it? Oh yeah, he caught COVID and it asked to be let go.
Oh yeah.
Say again?
Chuck
he got
Norris caught
COVID,
COVID and
didn't
COVID asked to be let go.
Gotcha. Okay.
Please let me go, Chuck. Please
You
let
got
me
to
go.
go.
I tell you what, he's getting near 90 years old.
He'll still kick you in your face, bro. And you'll be knocked out.
He's got his own line. He's got like a nutritional line now.
He is an awesome human being. He is an awesome human being.
Great ambassador for
Yes.
humankind.
Yeah. I don't like what they tried with him on that juicing thing. There was this one dude, totally I fucking blackball him now. I don't even fucking hear anything from him. I blackballed him so hard. He tried to make a name for himself by asking Chuck Norris if he juiced. This guy was doing a story on testosterone or steroids as far as steroid boosters or juicing.
Yeah.
And Chuck Norris has a juicer that he sells. So
Right.
Chuck Norris took that. He thought that he said it about his juicer. He goes, "Do you juice?" Chuck Norris is like, "Yeah, I juice." And the guy totally,
Out of context.
yeah. I was like, "Dude, you don't do that to Chuck, bro. That's bullshit. You don't do that to Chuck. He's such an honest guy. He didn't think that you were going to be that kind of asshole, so he answered you honestly with what he thought you were asking, because he doesn't fuck around with steroids." The guy asking the question did. You guys be good.
Christy Brinkley was doing the commercials with the exercise equipment, and she looks better today than she ever did when she was younger. She's one of the few I can say that for. Most people don't.
Jennifer Aniston.
I never thought she was attractive. I don't think she was then, now, ever. I never was.
Well, Nickel, you can borrow mine.
No, I see why Brad Pitt got rid of her.
I don't see why he went. I don't see why he got rid of her for Angelina Jolie.
I don't think she's attractive either.
That girl's mug ugly.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
I like her father.
I don't
I don't know what happened to her. Somewhere she must take after her mother.
That's called rich entitled syndrome.
I thought Jennifer Aniston was decently attractive.
Decently
I don't get
attractive.
Don't get
Chewy
it.
to Yui Chewy. That girl's
Right.
hotter than hellfire, man.
Don't get it. Don't get it.
Right on.
Never gonna
And
get
we'll-
it. Never
and ain't gonna get it.
Never gonna get it. Never gonna get it. Never gonna get it. Never gonna get it. I don't see why you don't see her. Jennifer, man, I liked her in Friends. I liked her before Friends.
The
I liked
brunette,
her
the
before I
brunette,
saw her.
the brunette in Friends is a lot better looking, but she got too thin.
What was that? That's Loveless. Kate Loveless, I think, or something like that.
No, it's the one that was on the Scream movies.
Yeah,
She got-
the brunette, dark
got-
hair.
She got
Yeah, that's Kate
discovered.
Loveless. Kate Loveless, I think her name is.
She got discovered on the Michael J. Fox show. That was her first show she really had a part on.
I'm pretty sure.
But she's
her
too
name's-
thin. She got
Family
too thin.
Tie.
What now?
Family Ties.
Yeah.
That was a good show. But
I like Kojak.
Now you're thinking of Love Hewlett. Now she was on I Know What You Did Last Summer.
You gotta make me Google it. I'm gonna Google it.
All those movies. I like those. I liked all those movies. I watched all those. Matter of fact, it's too bad none of them's on YouTube. I don't think any of them's on right now. Night
Oh,
of
it's
the
Corey
Living- Night of the
Cox.
Living
My
Dead's
bad.
on everywhere.
Corey Cox.
Courtney Cox. Yep, she was really attractive at one point, and she got too thin. I go, man, you got to put a little bit of weight on.
She got crazy, bro. That girl went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs in my book. Still hot, but
And then the other
man,
one
I'd
that played
be,
the
I'd be
dingy
scared of a fucking stalking scenario if I took her out.
and the dingy blonde. I never thought she was attractive, but
Linda Carter for the win.
oh, Gerald, man, Jennifer Gardner. Never thought she was attractive.
Who's Linda Carter?
Superwoman.
Oh, okay.
Wonder Woman.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Wonder Woman.
The original.
Yeah.
Oh my God! You know you're just stuck on that because of childhood fantasy, bro. That outfit, and you were you were a fucking preteen.
Too tall. She was too tall. Jennifer Gardner. No, I never thought that she was all that either. I don't understand.
I Dream of Jeannie.
Oh yeah, Eden was. Yeah, she was very attractive. And Gardner's super liberal, so that's another thing I would not find attractive, and it does affect how I look at somebody. Sorry,
Hey, what about Kaylee McEnany?
I don't know who that is. Where was she on?
Yeah, she was Trump's press secretary.
Oh no,
Kayleigh
no,
McEnany.
I do not see where anybody would find her attractive either. Sorry,
She's a firecracker though.
Cindy Crawford. I still think she's attractive. She's my age too. We're like a year's difference.
I guess we could do a poll question, see who everyone likes the most.
Jacqueline Smith, the Charlie's Angel original. Oh my, she was it. She's another one that is.
How about Bo Derek?
No, never thought much of Bo Derek, but Jacqueline Smith.
Oh, what's that girl from the Blue Lagoon?
Oh, Brooke Shields.
Yeah.
Unibrow. She was
Oh my
okay
God,
with-
I had a crush on her as a kid.
Oh, she had a unibrow then. Then someone finally told her, you might look more attractive if you shaved your unibrow. Me too. He said, "Oh, thanks," and she did it, and then she looked a lot better after that.
She could be a woman basketball player.
Oh,
She was kind of tall.
I'll tell you what. Caitlin Clark's not a bad looking chick when she gets her makeup on.
I think any girl who plays basketball is a good looking chick to you.
No, they're not all of them. No, some of them look like guys with a wig, but no, she's not bad.
What was
looking
it,
when she gets her, I just think she dresses. I know
One
her
time-
dad has to feel the same way. She kind of dresses trashy sometimes. I just would tell her, hey, you could do better if you had a little bit more clothes on.
But
Anyway,
one time in my life where four women, I was actually very hesitantly close to the edge of being fearful of, was 1993, the winter in Charlotte, North Carolina. There's either the women's basketball finals or something like that, or college finals or something like that. But there was a shitload of real big girls hanging in groups. And this one group, I swear to God, they were group of dykes because they saw me and my friend, because we were like connectors. We were like, manning thing types. And they looked at us, and the way they looked at us, I looked at Paul. I said, "Paul, man, do you think these girls are going to fight us?" I instantly had the thought that those girls wanted to come across the street and fight us.
Probably trainers.
They were like freaking Amazons, man. I actually was like, holy shit, man. If all four of these girls come over, we're going to have our hands full of football.
volleyball girls are really tall too. But Farrah Fawcett in her prime, yes. Later years, man, age caught up with her. That's all I can say. Because she had a lot of problems too.
Here we go. I'm getting in what is this? From Yahoo Finance. Okay, here we go. I'm going to do a live news report.
Cheryl Ladd, she's still good looking. Good golfer.
As soon as my old phone loads up, it takes about 30 minutes to load up.
Who's some of the others on there? Lord. Some people thought Kate Jackson was really attractive. I never thought she was all that. But a lot of people thought she was.
I had a crush on Goldie Hawn.
Goldie Hawn. She looked better as she aged. I thought she looked better as she aged.
She had that sweet cuteness about her when she was younger.
Well, yeah, that's why she got her part on Laughing. That's how she got started.
I like that movie,
She
One
played
Flew Over
Dingy.
the Cuckoo's Nest and Captain Ron. There's a whole bunch of good ones she did.
She played
See,
the
it's
dingy
still
blonde.
loading. That's how slow my fucking phone is.
She played the dingy blonde on that TV series, and that's how she got her start. But
Oh, the second Brat Pack, that redheaded chick. Played Pretty in Pink.
oh yeah, daggone it.
Yeah, that's where I drew a line. I was like,
She was in. She also was in. Don't Forget About Me. That movie. That
yeah,
movie. And she got her start on Facts of Life. And
she
went
was on Scream too, wasn't she? The movie Scream, wasn't she in that movie?
No, she was on Facts of Life as a character there for just a little
Yeah,
while.
is it-
She lives in Europe now. She also does art.
oh, I could see that. She looked like that she fits right in with that look.
Ringwald, yep.
Molly Ringwald. That's it. Molly Ringwald.
Yep, I thought she was attractive. I always thought she was attractive.
Damn it. This thing ain't loading. I was gonna bring y'all a flashing news story because I tagged on the Google Finance NNE nanotechnology.
If you
They
know
just
Benito Mussolini's granddaughter, she was very attractive. She was in politics for a while.
come on, load up.
Wow, I just looked up that Molly Ringwald.
Well, when she was
She's hot,
young,
huh?
she was good looking when she was young.
Really, I don't
Ryan.
really find her that attractive.
Oh well,
Meg Ryan.
yeah, when she was younger, I think so.
I liked her in Joe versus the Volcano.
Sleepless in Seattle.
Never saw that one.
Lonnie Anderson, is that what she's? Is Lonnie? Oh no, I never thought she was. Oh no, but I did think Ginger and the one on Gilligan's Island. I thought both of those were somewhat attractive.
Marianne.
Oh yeah, Mary Ann, my lord.
You didn't like Miss Howell?
No, didn't think too much.
Come
of her.
on, man. Miss
When
Howell was
she's
hot.
younger, she might have been, but oh yeah, Mary Ann,
Go on, man. You're a gold digger. You know you liked her.
Mary Ann, the right height, everything, dude. I'm telling you.
Neil's all about Mrs. Howell.
Yeah.
Nothing against Mrs. Howell.
Actually, most of the supermodels, I don't think are all that, and on top of that, they're really freaking tall. You know, it's a
Oh,
turnoff.
that man.
If you're really tall, and then you're going to wear heels, I would tell her at least don't wear heels. You know, I mean, we don't need you
Don't
8
need
foot. And there's a couple. There's about 5 girls. I call them girls, women. There's 5 women in the WNBA that's pretty attractive, I'd say. And 3 or 4 of them, I'd say, are heterosexual. I think the rest are lesbos, like all of them.
Well, these days they can, switch and swap pretty quick too. Right?
Yeah,
So
then-
you can always
yeah.
you could convert one of them, nickel, or a couple of them.
I don't think I have the wiles enough to do that. It
No.
would take Robert Redford or something.
Uh,
But anyway, yeah. I'll tell you another one. Let's see. Oh, the one who played, gosh darn, this TV show, Murphy Brown. Everybody thought she was attractive. And I go, I never thought she was.
me neither. What about the chick on Night Court?
Oh, yeah. But she messed with Bill Clinton.
Really?
He had her for a while, but she's dead now. I can't believe she died. She wasn't all that. Post. Her last name's Post. Is it Margie Post? Anyway,
don't know.
yeah, she passed away. She had cancer or something. I think she was only like maybe late 60s, maybe even early 60s. I couldn't believe it. She died already. Everybody on that show's dead. You know that? Except Larroquette. He's the only one that's still living. All the others have died.
Even Bull?
Yeah. Yeah, he died.
sure
He
you
died
could say
about
about-
5 years ago. Huh?
I'm sure you could say that about all the people who played on the Grand Ole Opry.
But
Yeah.
the guy, the Judge Harry guy, he's dead. I go, well, dang, I know he couldn't have been too old. He died.
Harold
black
T.
dude-
Stone.
Huh?
Harold T. Stone.
Yeah, he died. The black guy died. The bailiffs have all died except the black woman. She's still living. Forget her name. She's living, and John Larroquette's living. That was it. And you would think he'd be the first to die, Larroquette. He's like 8 foot tall. Most time, taller people don't live as long usually. Harder on the heart for the blood to move around.
Well, time flies. We got to live each day to the max.
And who's the other one that died? Bull died. Almost all the big guest stars that was on it died. A guy that was on Addams Family, he died. He played the judge's dad, didn't he? You know who he was? I think he did. I think he played his strange dad. He died. Torme, you remember Mel Torme? He died.
Yeah. He made a few guest appearances on there.
Lindsay Wagner, bionic woman, very attractive, I thought. Girl Next Door, attractive, very, very attractive, I thought. I always did. Let's see, who's the other ones of the 70s? Oh, the one of them that played on Knight Rider, the first chick on there, she was attractive.
So no one's gone to Baywatch yet?
Oh, Baywatch. Well, a few of them were. A few, I would say, cute. I would
Come
rate
on,
them.
man. I'm still waiting for that name to come out.
Oh, what? The blonde hair one with the fake boobs that's from Canada.
I guess that's her name.
They dated the rock star, and they made a
Lonnie Anderson.
No. Lonnie Anderson was on WKRP in Cincinnati. Oh, the other chick on WKRP Cincinnati, she was attractive. Very. She went off in the head. She had some kind of mental illness. She was in an institution for a long time.
What's up, Anti? What did you do with Independent?
Let me see.
Pamela Anderson is who you're talking about.
Well, yeah, Pamela Anderson Lee, I guess, or at least for a while. Yeah, she's okay.
Hey, Auntie. Good to see you.
But have you seen her without her makeup on? Scare you to death. But anyway, all her dogs run away. But I told a person once that, I go, man, I said, it must be a shock for your dogs when you get up in the morning. But anyway, but that's worse than an earthquake. You know, earthquake will make dogs run away sometimes. That's worse than an earthquake. Man, that's one thing I was thinking about us guys. We pretty much look the same 24 hours a day, you know? There's something nice about that.
You know, the great thing too is you can kind of be not even in shape for like the first 50 years of your life, and the ability of a man's internal systems or just the way we're designed. As soon as you start working out, you can still develop muscle mass and get into better shape than you've ever been in. And women seem not to be able to have as easy a route of doing that. It comes more natural for the man. That's why you see a lot more 70-year-old men, like old guys getting into bodybuilder shape. Why don't you come up here, Independent? You scared to come up here? I promise I won't mute you.
But I'll tell you, the thing that amazes me is Chinese women. Dang, they do not age. They do not age. I don't know what their secret is. I do not know. It could be their diet. But whatever it is, it's unbelievable. It
can't be seafood if you look at the Sicilian women.
Well, and then you got other Asian women in other countries, and they don't seem, they're better than say American women, but they don't age as much. But man, Chinese, it's amazing how old they are, and they look so young. I'm going, how could you be that age? I always figure they're lying.
The Chinese people that I know drink a lot of tea, and they're very, very conscious of their diet. You know, it's more vegetarian. Not completely vegetarian, but
well, it's amazing. That's all I can say. I go, daggone, you're how old? They're like 69, and I'm
that doesn't mean a lot, because the oldest lived people in the world are from Sicily and Sardinia. Those islands in the Mediterranean, and
they look like raisins.
Determined, and they're also chunkier as they get older, but they're still long lived. And what they've determined through dietitian science, I guess, for lack of the proper word, is their diet keeps their heart in shape well enough to, even in old age, carry the extra weight without it being detrimental to their age. So therefore they're longer lived and heavier, but still healthier. So it's not the full body that you got to worry about. There's certain organs it seems like that will help longevity.
Yeah.
So therefore, if you have a high fish diet, I would presume you'd probably live longer because of the omega-3s and the good healthy oils in the fish for heart and arteries and stuff like that.
And Jewish people, they live to be of great age. And
Now, Ante's onto something.
That had me rolling.
Ante's onto something. You know, it might have something to do with what's in the water, the smokable water.
If they're into the martial arts, like even Tai Chi, they're going to be doing a lot of stretching. A lot of them are into various forms of Kung Fu.
No,
and
I
daily activity, I think, compounds to their benefit too.
yeah, I fall into under that part. I agree with that, as I studied in depth with the Chinese and their Kung Fu and lifestyles for about 10 years of my life out here.
well, I think the secret to the Jewish people living longer is they're short. They're little people. And I think that helps. I know that most of the smaller people I know live longer. So
Here's a fun fact. You know what the cross represents in literal terms? Or a representation of where the cross, the development of the symbol of the cross?
Crucifixion.
I'm not even sure that's exactly stated properly, but I'll go ahead and just tell you. The 13 in the Old Testament, and the 13 tribes of Israel got together, they had to set up their camps in certain manners, in certain directions and everything. And from above, it looked like a cross. When all the 13 tribes got together and formed up an encampment of all the 13 tribes of Israel, the encampment looked like a cross from the air, with the Levitites at the top of the cross, because they are the religious sect of the 13 tribes.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Did not know that.
Yeah, I did a lot of studying on the, in particular, tribes of Judaism, because each of them had their own rituals and their own specific part of Judaism that they played. And like I said, the Levites were the religious band or sector or house or family or whatever it's called. And that's when I was studying up on them. That's when I learned that under certain conditions, when they all gathered together for certain rituals, and all the families got together, it looked like a cross from because the way that the Lord told them to set up their campsites. And that goes into Nazca lines.
Yeah, I've seen the cross in the Nazca lines too.
Yep.
I'm wondering if the longer part of it was was facing at any particular direction, like north.
Yeah, I don't think that's very important. I think the scene from
Relevant.
above is more important, and the actual vision of getting the 13 tribes together in certain rituals and worshiping the one true God. Their campsite formed a cross. Is high. Once I just figured, once I learned that, I was like, "Holy crap! There is something
just thinking this
literal
mother-
up there."
Janet Jackson was attractive until she got all the surgery.
Yeah, until she married that Islamic and figured out that was a mistake and divorced his ass.
And then who's the Marie Osmond, very attractive until she had all her surgery. So
Yeah, I think the surgeries do them much more harm than good.
Of course they do.
For the most part. There may be the odd case where it has an improvement.
Short term, it helps. Long term, it's detrimental. As with I'd say probably 30% of serious surgeries, they're usually not. They're at the time good, and they'll like delay things. But I don't know. I'm not a big fan of surgeries.
then there was
That's
that chick
Yeah.
that was on what was that lawyer show that had Captain Kirk on it?
Are you talking heart to heart?
Boston Legal.
Yeah, and you remember the one? I think she's from Australia. Oh my gosh, she was attractive.
I watched that entire TV series.
She's
Start
brunette.
to finish.
You
It was-
remember the
Boston
brunette
Legal
on there?
was awesome.
You remember the brunette on there? I think she was one of the lawyers. and she's really from, I think, Australia. Oh my Lord, she was attractive.
Oh,
She was also on that movie with Invisible Man with Kevin Bacon. She's the one that he comes in the room and she can't see him, and he accosts her. And oh my Lord, I'll go, woo, she is very attractive. She hadn't really done that much stuff, really.
There was a couple brunettes on Boston Legal. Rona Mitra, Lake Bell.
And there was that one that was so thin that you could see through her.
It was a long time ago I watched that. I don't actually remember.
She was anorexic, wasn't she? One of them was, I think. She had a lot of problems, but I didn't ever found her attractive. She had wild eyes. I always said, man, you got wild eyes.
Denny Crane.
I like William Shatner. I think he's one of the hardest working dudes in the world. He sings, he dances.
Good night, Gerald.
He did Boston Legal. He did Star Trek. He did movies. I really always liked him. Most people can't stand him. I just don't understand it, But I think the way he does his head and the way he talks, and we're over here, and I'm going to do here. And I think people look at that as arrogance or something, but I always liked him. He was in horse racing for a while. He came here to Louisville a couple times.
James Spader did really, really well in that role too. He was Alan Shore.
I do not like him I liked him when he was younger in a lot of the movies he was in. I always thought he did a good job. I did not like him in but he plays a psycho, kills everybody. What's that called? The List. I've never liked it.
Never saw it.
He's bald now. He's almost completely bald. And I'm going, man. But I liked him in most of the movies he was in when he was younger. When he was in Wall Street.
Mm-hmm.
He played an attorney in there, and he
That's right.
did Less Than Zero. I think he was in that one. So, Less Than Zero is a cult movie. If you're my age, you know it. Because it was in the 80s. It's kind of a cult movie, but I always liked that movie.
I was around in the 80s. I never even heard of it.
Less Than Zero?
Nope.
It's got Downey Jr. in it.
Wow. Yeah, that's when Downey Jr. was experimenting with all kinds of weird shit. Before he redeemed himself with Iron Man.
And the brunette in that one, I can't think of her name now. She's a gazillionaire now. She married a rich dude, and then she started a business or something, and she made $1 gazillion. Nice. She is loaded with the dough.
It's the way to do it.
What was her name? She was on Seinfeld a couple times.
Google.
Oh yeah, how about the chick on Seinfeld that he wanted to know if her dudettes were real, and then she says they're real and they're spectacular. That one. What was her? She was on Superman TV show.
What, Elaine?
No, she was on the show, the newer TV show. I can't think of her name. She's attractive. Phobia Cates, that was on that high school movie, Ridgemont High. She was very attractive. Very, very, very attractive. Definitely.
Dude, the way I see it, Professor Hand, is this is all of our time, so I'm going to eat pizza while I'm here.
South Park.
No.
Hey, where is Jake?
Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Where's the pizza man, Jake? I don't ever see him anymore.
Dude, he cut me off like fucking hot potatoes, man. I called him one day. We talked like 2 hours. Next day I call him. He didn't answer, and he never answered me back on any live streams we're on together. It's like, wow. So I don't know what the fuck happened. But I don't talk about people, so let's not talk about people. But that's what happened. Take care, Gerald. Good night.
He he used to come in. What was the guy that Gammon? He used to always watch his stuff. Of course, I watch it too, but I don't think I've seen him in there in a while now.
People come and go. YouTube's got a lot of streets.
And he goes to Ron's basement. I think he still goes in there.
I like what Ninja said about, I think it was today's show. He did one of the today's shows. He said he was started out helping lots of little channels grow. And they got 30, 40,000 subscribers. And then they just disappeared because they didn't finish up and help other channels grow. They just continued only working on growing their channels.
Yep.
He did a whole show on that. I was like, yeah, I know. And I know what he's talking about because I got caught up in that shit. And of course, yeah, there was a whole bunch of shit that went down on a couple of channels that I got caught up in because I know Travis. People made assumptions, and I took a lot of heat and a lot of I was banned from a lot of channels and stuff like that.
Well, I didn't know that.
Well, yeah, I don't talk about it because it happened after Silverfest last year. Okay. Yeah, Ninja took a lot of heat, but what people don't know is I also took a lot of heat. Yeah, I'm like his wingman, so I get burned when he gets burned. And that's why
That's all part of it.
that's why he's going to help me out so much here in the near future. And he's already tried. He's gone out of his way to try. Dude, I mean, I'll call any of you guys like Nickel. I'll call Nickel. I'll get his answer machine every fucking time.
Yeah.
I call the Economic Ninja. Every time I call, he answers by the third ring.
That's
and
good.
He knows it's me. So as long as I have that relationship with him, I'm good.
Yeah, I told you I don't answer.
Well, I just use you as an example because you're here.
And when you call me, it doesn't even go through.
Especially I can't use JM because I can't call JM. So,
But it goes on mine. I say, leave me a message and I'll get back to you. And that's what I want. I want messages. And you'd be surprised. Nobody hardly ever leaves a message.
What?
Nope. Rarely
Shit,
do I get
I
a
leave
message.
messages, motherfucker.
And Constitutional, he hasn't called me in a long time. So I guess he got tired.
He's got some shit going on in his life, man.
He's working 24 hours a day now, I think.
Yeah, he changed jobs and shit too.
Yeah, he's doing the Deal Dash or something.
DoorDash.
Yeah, he gave up his management positions because it saved him 2 hours of driving a day. Because he had to drive 1 hour one way to get to the job where his management, he fell back to a driver position at a place 15 minutes away. So he freed up like an hour and a half a day of his time where he was just driving. So he should have more time.
Well, he's probably using that time to do something else.
Most likely. And yeah, DoorDash is probably what he is doing. And why not? I mean, make money. Always make money if you're awake and you're not doing anything else.
Yeah, but you run your car or vehicle on the ground.
There's positives and negatives to everything.
And so that's why I won't do it because I don't want to have to buy a car every 2 years. I'm going. They're already outrageously high, and so
that's where if you start an LLC, you can lease a car or buy a car. Use a payment system and use that car specifically for business, and the whole thing's a freaking write-off. But you have to constantly make money to make that work. And that's the hook, line, and sinker catch to that one. As soon as you don't want to do it anymore, the bill still comes in.
Let's ask the chat. How many in the chat have seen Less Than Zero from the 80s? That movie from the 80s. I think it was 87 it came out, I think.
Type 1 for yes, 2 for no.
Yeah, I'll put mine in.
Yeah, but if you're my age, it's like a cult thing. It's not on TV a lot. You're going to be my age, and you're probably going to watch it every time it comes on because people my age do. We just do.
I think we're all in the same age category.
I actually like Halloween 1.
I just didn't watch a lot of movies. I was frequently freaking working, doing chores, studying,
Ooh,
schoolwork.
Chick on Harris Bueller's Day Off.
Oh, that's a good one. I always watch that one too. Yeah, I love that one. Bueller. Oh, he's sick. He went home. Bueller.
Bueller.
That was a great movie, for sure.
What are you doing? I'm rewinding. I'm going in reverse to back up the miles on my dad's sports car. Yeah, that's how you do it.
You
Boom,
know
boom.
that house is the same house in Home Alone. Did you also know that dog Snots was in Christmas Vacation? The dog that played in there.
Oh, interesting.
Did not know that.
Well,
Yeah,
here's some historical movie trivia for a new show.
yeah, it was. That's what they called him in the Christmas thing. Oh, that's Snots. You know, he would all get into everything he wasn't supposed to. Yeah, that's the same dog. So when that principal dude puts his head through that opening, he's ready for him.
You know who plays the actual physical character in that show, The Mandalorian?
Nope.
John Wayne's grandson.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
cool.
Ethan. Yep. That's
That's
what he
great.
does. He was.
He
I don't know
doesn't
if he's
have a
retired.
speaking role, but if you watch The Mandalorian, you can see a lot of motions that if you take off the Mandalorian and put the Western outfit on, it's John Wayne, because he actually is copying a lot of his grandfather's body acting that he knew about, which made John Wayne so popular back then because he did body acting.
Did you see the have you ever seen the footage of the original guy that played Darth Vader and his voice before they replaced him with the black guy?
Oh, that old taller white guy.
Yeah, it's
They
like,
actually
I
burned
knew
him.
you were. It's like you are a traitor. You work for the. You don't work for the Empire. It was like this real whiny voice. I go, that
Totally
that
different
don't work.
voice.
That
Yeah.
don't work. You need a deep voice with someone like Darth Vader. It was hilarious. I'm going, oh my Lord, that's terrible.
Had it done good for like a Monty Python version. Have
Or
Darth Vader
Spaceball.
come in with a squeaky voice like Minnie Mouse.
Or like the
Oh,
Spaceballs.
Mia Sara is Bueller's girlfriend.
I never thought she was attractive. I'm sorry, people. She gets an F. I'm sorry.
Nico has an F. Holy. Nico has very, very discerning.
That's probably why I'm still single. Yep. She, nope. I never was impressed with her. Sorry.
I'm attracted to a woman who looks good without makeup.
Yeah, because, if she looks good without it, you can only imagine with it what she would look like.
Oh, I could care less. I don't actually like makeup.
I used to have a rule: if it takes them more than 10 minutes to do their makeup, then it's not going to work out.
Pretty much.
I ended up compromising a little bit, for special events or whatever. But that's a pretty standard default rule for me.
Yeah. No reason to go to Cirque du Soleil every night.
Exactly. Yeah. Life is not a dress rehearsal.
Nope. Kelly and Weird Science. I was thinking of that one too, Gerald.
And this is
She
not a
was
fashion
a
show.
hottie.
That's LeBrock. Her name was LeBrock. She was
Kelly
married
LeBrock.
to. She was married to.
The singer of White
no.
White Snake.
Well, maybe a little secondary, but she married Steven Seagal the first time.
Yeah, and then she did a music video for White Snake where she was like in a bikini on the Corvette or something. And then she ended up marrying the lead singer of White Snake.
Well, but yeah, Seagal was probably mean to her.
Seagal is an actor.
Yeah, but he really hurt people. Like he would.
Yeah, and he was an actor.
Well, I mean, the stuntman and stuff. When he did stuff with them, he would really.
And you know
get 'em
why?
good.
Check this out. I'm going to tell you something right now about karate, kung fu, and all this other crap. If you know what you're doing, you don't hurt other people unless you want to. So if he was just hurting people, it's because he was an actor. It's not because he was a kung fu man.
No,
That's what
he liked dominance, so he would hit them, and then just to make sure they knew he was good.
Nah, and he was, and that's why, and he wasn't. He wasn't good because you don't do that if you're good. Yeah, okay, I'll tell you a story. Okay, I was working with this guy when I was with Chris. He was a Filipino guy who was an undercover cop. He wanted to learn. He was a master of the Filipino stick technique, and he wanted to learn some Chris Chan's techniques. And in the meanwhile, we played around. He told me a story about this white guy that went to back to the Philippines because he thought he was a grandmaster of the Philippine stick fighting technique. And he said he told the story about how he was walking around this village and saw this old guy underneath a palm tree. And he was like being a smart ass, what you'd expect from Westerner, which is pretty much what you get from most Westerners is the, I learned that shit, I'm better than you kind of attitude. So the old guy challenged him and he killed the kid. The old guy didn't look like he was anything special, but he was actually a grandmaster. And that's what I have to say about anyone in America. Because I was at a fighting tournament. Chris Chan took me to a tournament. Of course, I couldn't participate because who my teacher was. But I was behind, as I was trying to participate, standing in line to sign up to participate. This gentleman in front of me, I was talking with him, just trying to be nice and shit and not be a dick or anything. And I'd asked him if he knew about Wing Chun. And he said, yeah, I read all about it in a book. And I thought to myself at that time, I was like, yeah, you can read a lot of things in the book. Doesn't mean you understand it because it's not the form of the system. It's the principles of the form and the principles of the system that give you the power. And that is what gives you the control. So if you have that, you don't need to display it. Just like that old man up underneath that fucking palm tree. Everyone in town knew he was the Grand Master. He didn't have to dress up and snooty around like he was, like the Westerner that went over there thought he was.
Yep.
So the guys that know don't play it that way is what I'm saying.
And
so
they want
Saul can
to
say whatever the fuck he wants. But if
I
you're out
think they
there,
want to fly under the radar anyway, right? Like,
well, for one out back, most especially here in America and especially in California, the liability is off the hook. If I had any paperwork showing I learned anything for any time period from Chris Chan, I would have to register my hands and feet as lethal weapons for the rest of my life. I would not be able to buy a gun. And a lot of restrictions would be put on me just from learning from certain people.
Yeah.
I mean, I was in
That's not
Concord.
what I've seen.
I was in Concord, and this is 23 years ago. The reason why I moved 23 years ago, something like 24, somewhere like that. The reason why I moved to Vallejo is because the people in Concord, which was a lot nicer of a fucking town, it was a richy town, but the cops found out because I started playing around with Lady Lily Lau and this guy named Barber Bill, and they were real famous in the Kung Fu magazines and stuff. And I was hanging in that circle. Cops found out who I was, and I got tired of if I made a left-hand turn without a turn signal, one cop would stop me and I'd have to wait for Lord knows how long, sometimes a half hour, for a second cop to show up before they would come out of their car and tell me what I did wrong. And most of the time I didn't even get a ticket. It's just their procedure for dealing with people that were like me, where I was a 2-cop stop. No cop was given permission to get out of their car if they stopped me on my license plate. And there was others in the town like that because there was several of us living there. But I just got tired of that kind of fucking treatment, man. It's like, that's bullshit. And I'm glad I didn't pay Chris Chan because there was absolutely no paperwork. And he did the same thing because he trained a group of fucking 7 white guys, pretty decent sized chunky guys. His original system, and that's other than me, he didn't train anyone else that way because he was going to take him on a world tour to show how bad Yip Man's Wing Chun really was. And before the world tour even got started, 5 of the 7 of those guys got thrown in jail for manslaughter because the system is so badass that you actually can kill people with what you thought was just another move, because there's more to it than just the move. There's this thing called chi, and it is a power, and whether or not you believe it or not, once you tap in or realize or achieve being able to draw on your chi, the game changes. I quit once I was able to develop Chi. I quit. I've not done kung fu since that day because an occurrence happened at a fucking bar. Amazingly enough, luckily the cops weren't involved, but dude definitely went to the hospital, and it was because of me. So yeah, no, I quit. I was like, fuck this shit, man. This is real serious shit. I could hurt someone just from fucking tapping me on the back of the shoulder and startling me. And since I had PST anyhow, I was like, oh fuck, this is like a dangerous combination. But I'm intellectually intelligent enough to realize that. And I was like, okay, let me back off that. That's obviously not going to be part of my life. And, you know, but I still do. I mean, I was Lady Lily Lau, when I was messing around with her and her family, she was in the Kung Fu magazines. And you can go back and look. It was late 90s. She was like the grand master of the world for Eagle Claw Kung Fu. And I was fucking around with her quote unquote masters, and gathered enough support or gained enough support or garnered enough support from her or respect that she invited me to her son's wedding in Chinatown in San Francisco. And I was the only white guy there. So it's not like I'm bullshit. You can check out these names. You can check out the dates and stuff. I never made any of the pictures, and that was intentional because I didn't want guilt by association, because those are some dangerous people there. We had the reception was at the Golden Triangle top floor in Chinatown. That is known by the cops of San Francisco as a triad headquarters. And I know that because Ryan and Sean Sullivan were two of the sons of what used to be one of the three captains of the San Francisco Police Department for like 15 years. I was his son's friends. And they're my proof. If you ever want to talk, they're the ones to talk to. Hey, did Neil really take this guy down without looking? And they'll be like, yeah, it was kind of freaky shit. And we got out of there quick. And that was the story of CC Olay when I really fucked the dude up without even wanting to. But they're credible witnesses because, of course, their dad was captain of the San Francisco Police Department. There was 3 of them at the time. He was traffic division. That was before San Francisco went shitty bad. Like I said, it was in the 90s. Well, I got some kick-ass stories, bro, of shit that I've done. None of it's recorded because I didn't want. Some things are detrimental if they're recorded. I mean, if you look at my military record, ask anyone who's been in the military or anyone here in the military, have you ever heard anyone be called back for an active war declared by Congress and serve only 4 months and not 6 months or more likely a year? Because I only served 4 months and I got paperwork to prove it. You guys be good. What are you doing? Sorry, the cat's acting up. I have documentation of that. I actually served in the military twice, honorable discharge, and I have less than 18 months active service for both services. And the second time was in the wartime scenario, and I only served 4 months. So that means I served 14 months the first time. Neither of those two correspond with any contract you'll ever find that the military ever signs people up to. But I can prove that they did that for me. I can also prove I went through the military twice without a GED or a high school diploma, because I went through from 85 to 87 and then back in 91, and I got my GED in 1993. Government lies to you all the time. That's why I say learn a necessary skill, because you are very valuable if you get a skill, depending on what skill that is. I learned a very cool skill. I became very valuable for the military at that time in history. Yeah, I never went over there. I never got into it. I do know the principles of the fighting system of the stick fighting, Philippine stick fighting, are very, very, very similar to the principles of traditional Wing Chun, real Wing Chun. That's why that stick fighting master came over to learn Wing Chun, because he wanted hand-to-hand combat, not weapon combat. And that's one of many reasons why I still am probably in good shape. Not only have I been an iron worker for 30 some years, I was heavy into Kung Fu and self-defense and all that cardio shit. You guys be good. Quit. I'll lock you all up in jail. It'd be nice if my cats actually understood what I was telling them. Quit eating chips.
I bet nobody can guess what I'm eating.
Doritos.
Nope.
Funyuns.
Nope.
Lay's.
Chili cheese Fritos.
Oh, I would have got there in about 12 more tries. Actually, probably 22, 30.
I'll have heartburn tonight. Don't tell Constitutional. He'll say, you should be eating that. Well, it's not.
I haven't been able to talk to him, so I don't talk to him too much. Actually, I pre-tripped. He was on Sal. He had Sativa Metal the other night, a couple nights ago. And I put down in the chat, in Sal's chat, before Constitutional started talking about it, I said, vote for Neil Hahn president. Constitutional Stacker approves this message. And I took a picture of the chat and I texted it to him because about 3 minutes after I said that, he made a joke saying, oh, by the way, if Neil's in the chat, tell him to vote for me for president. But what he doesn't know is I preempted his little humor by throwing my end out first. I did get a response from him when he's there. I could probably read the response he gave. It was funny as shit. Yeah, I knew he was going to go there, so I set him up. It was funny.
Last I heard from him.
He said, I saw it, fucker. That's what he told me. I saw it, fucker.
Well, the last time I heard from him was I was listing stuff on Facebook Marketplace, and he said, I had that set. It was some baseball card set. He said, I had that set when I was younger. And that was it. I haven't really heard much from him since then.
He was on Sal's the other night, bro.
Yeah, I did watch that.
I have Sal's comment on some of my shit. I also have Frank Tazo comments on some of my shit, if Indy's still here.
Frank Terzo.
Yeah, that guy. You also know him.
Yep.
He actually commented on my my garden tour.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
He's
likes,
a great guy.
He likes to have shit set up for where I'm at.
The biggest channel that's commented on my stuff, any of my stuff, was Jeremiah Babe. He's got 200,000 subs. That is the biggest channel, and then of course Yankee would be the second biggest, and then Sal the third biggest. That's it. As far as bigger channels, I don't get many responses from bigger channels.
It just depends on the content too. If you switch it up, you just never know what you'll get.
It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get until you bite into them.
There you go.
Bingo, that's my latest short I did on a bee. About 35 seconds.
I'm thinking about doing a ghost to ghost, a ghost to coast, ghost to coast, ghost to ghost,
A
For
coast to
Halloween.
ghost.
and
Or
just see
ghost
if
to
people want to
ghost.
come up and tell a ghost story. But I don't think it's going to go over big because most people won't come up, and the ones that will may not know a ghost story. So
I don't know any, but if you had any short stories, short story booklets that you get online and hook up with people and have them read a short story of a Halloween story, that would be kind of kicking. If they had good voices, like that dude on Indies the other night who did that, the Monster Mash. It was a great. His voice would be perfect for a read over of that. Of
That
something
was
like
Joe Norman.
Yeah, him. He's got a great voice for that.
Or like a Vincent Price type voice, for sure.
Yeah. Actually, he kind of looks like a method actor when I saw him because he's descriptive when it comes to the right vocalage being used. If you're descriptive in that vocal vocalization, it adds to the inference of the vocalization. He's good at that one.
He was trained in opera.
Ah, yeah. Can kind of see it.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Have y'all seen the Abdominal Dr. Phibes movie with Vincent Price?
No.
The what?
Abominable Dr. Phibes.
Nope.
Abominable.
It's pretty good. Y'all should watch it.
The
It's great.
abominable.
He's clever. He's clever. That's when he gets back at all these people and he figures clever ways to knock them off. And the police can't stop him.
Oh, you forgot one name on that list of hot chicks, bruh.
Who's this?
Stevie Nicks.
She's okay.
Oh,
but-
man, you're crazy, dude.
She's okay, but she didn't knock me down. So, no.
You're crazy. That voice of hers drove me crazy, man. I'd be like, oh my God. All right, we're coming up on 4 hours here. Is there any other subjects you guys would like to discuss? Talk to you later, Andy. Sorry I didn't see you say goodbye.
I think the dang, how come I can't think of her name right now? The one that was married to Fox, the basketball player. She was on doggone it, one of Schwarzenegger's movies. You've been eliminated. Wait, what was that movie called? Eliminated? No, that's not it. I'm trying to think the name of that movie. Erasure. The black woman that
Eraser.
yeah, she was Miss America too. Vanessa Williams. She is good looking. I'll just tell you right now.
What about the one on True Lies?
I always thought she was good looking.
Is that Jamie Lee Curtis?
No, Jamie Lee Curtis, I never thought much of. Sorry. Now I think her dad was a handsome dude for a dude.
I'm worried about you, Nickel. I just want to say
If I
that.
was gay, I'd probably find him attractive if I was gay.
That's why I'm worried about you. I think you might be a closet, man.
Nope.
I'm glad you say that, but I'm still concerned.
I'd admit to being a lesbian.
You know, I identify,
Hmm.
because I'm in California, I can do this. I identify as one every now and then when it's appropriate for me to feel that way, shall we say. But I have that legal right, so, you know. And you got to watch out, because sometimes I don't identify with that, and I can sue you if you misuse my pronoun that I feel like I identify with that day. Sorry, I've been living here too long.
See skies are blue.
And people want to know why I want to leave.
Yeah, a lot of people already did leave.
They could afford to. There's this thing called economic slavery. Some of us are bound by. Especially in down economies where there's opportunities taken, not given.
That's right. Well, you got to be where the work is, right?
And you got to be able to afford to go where the work is.
Yep.
And we're fixing to have $6 a gallon gas at 20 miles a gallon. It'll cost me, 400 miles. That's 20 gallons. That's 20 times 6. It cost me 120 gallons just to hit the state line. $120 just to hit the state line.
And the chick that was on, she was young then. I mean, I wouldn't say it then, but she was on Nancy Drew. The one who played Nancy Drew, the original Nancy Drew. She was attractive.
Huh.
My cats are talking to the outside cats if you're hearing weird meows going on. Some of the outside cats that want to be inside cats jump on the windowsill when I have the windows open with just a screen between them, and they start communicating with each other.
They want to be inside cats to make new cats, and then they want to go back. Want to be back.
Well, no, they're all fixed. The outside cats are fixed. There is one female I just saw. She's pregnant. Never seen her before, but obviously I've got to fucking catch her and her kittens now too, and that's gonna be. Oh man, people are fucking dicks, dude.
Yep.
I'm responsible for over 25 cats being spayed and neutered and over 40 kittens being adopted out just on this one block. And still fucking cats are showing up pregnant that I've never seen before. That means there's asshole humans around. Because I have done an extraordinary lot of fucking work, more than anyone around here in this freaking town. And I'm still having this issue.
That's crazy.
Fuck yeah, it is, man. It's getting very aggravating.
Yeah. Well, and they can breed really fast too. Like they can have
Yeah, twice a year, 12 a year for one female cat, man. Trust me, I know. Fuck, I know. Oh, God. It sucks, dude. Anyhow.
I was just going to say a couple things after you end the show, and then I got to get going probably in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to end the show right now. How's that? Anyone want to come back stream? More than welcome to.
Have a good night, everybody.
4 hours. Thank you for showing up. And there's only one person here according to my thing anyhow. So I'm going to end the stream. Thank you, guys.